Good evening, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 17th, 2022 School Board Regular Meeting. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. We will start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Ms. Sanderson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Can we get the roll call, please, Ms. Tuttle?
Mr. Rhodes is expected. Colonel Williamson by Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey by Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson is expected. And Mr. McKinley is just walking in, Mr. Rhodes. Mrs. Matheson is excused. Mr. Doran.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson.
Here,
Thank you. Miss Marati.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you so much. We are starting off the evening with the 2021 National History Day and 2022 Alaska Day History Day winners. Core value: maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. History Day is an American academic competition focusing on history for students in grades 6 through 12. The Alaska History Day state winners for 2022 and the district winner in the 2021 National History Day competition will be recognized. Heather DeMario, West Valley High School history teacher, will make the presentation. If you will come to the podium, please.
I guess I was kind of loud already, so. Good evening. I just wanted to further congratulate the winners for National History Day. And I just wanted to let everyone know that they start working on this project in August or mid-September, and they edit that project. They search a myriad of primary sources from databases from all over the world to create their project, and there's a lot of struggles in there, but there's also a lot of triumphs when you see them find that speech from Ronald Reagan that just blows their project wide open, or an image of Jane Goodall that just makes their project pop. So those are just some of the moments as a teacher that really make us proud, and I just appreciate all the effort that they put into their projects. I will call up first. Okay. Bonnie Marriott won National History Day at the national level. She got second place. And her project was on the Knights of Labor, spreading ideas of equality in the 8-hour workday. You just want to grab it, and then you stand right here, yes. Right? Okay. And some our state winners is who I'll be calling up next. First place for a junior group website, Daria Matai and Dara Bird from Barnett Magnet School and Homeschool. Their teacher was Carol Indorf. Are y'all here tonight? No. Audrey Fox and Pirda Anderson from West Valley High School, senior group exhibit, Jane Goodall's Legacy. L. Parks, West Valley High School, senior individual exhibit, Screaming to be Heard, AIDS Epidemic. And Owen Merrill, West Valley High School, senior paper, Radical Stagnation, How a Breakdown in Debate and Diplomacy Caused the Downfall of the Allende Administration. And senior group performance, West Valley High School, Aria Pena, Eleanor Johns, Jordan Gudzina, and Sam Bristor. So their performance was A Country's Choice, How the Romanov Family was Dethroned and Assassinated Because of Russia's Economic Crisis. So again, thank you so much to the students. Thank you to the school board for honoring them tonight. Bonnie entered her project last year and won nationals, like I said, last June. And then all of these other projects, they're probably going to get hustling because they're due for the national competition at 7:59 p.m. Don't be late. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our students.
Congratulations. Good job.
I'm just going to stay right here because we have a lot of amazing recognition this evening. The next one that we have on our agenda is the Alaska Music Educators Association's 2021-2022 Music Educator of the Year. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Lucille Hackett, Wood River Elementary School general music teacher, was selected as the Alaska Music Educator Association's 2021-2022 Music Educator of the Year. Lucas Cluton, Alaska Music Educator Association president and district music teacher, will make the presentation, assisted, I apologize, it's in the binding, by Kendi Adams and Sue Waltman, district music teachers. If you'll come to the podium.
Thank you for this opportunity to present one of our statewide awards. It is with great pride that we present Lucille Hackett as the 2021-2022 Alaska Music Educator of the Year. Lucille has been an active musical member of the Fairbanks community. She has been the choir director at University Community Presbyterian Church for around 30 years. She has performed musicals with Fairbanks Light Opera Theater and has been a vocal member of the Fairbanks Opera, Aurora Women's Ensemble, and the Choir of the North. She has also participated in the Pantheon Steel Pan and the UAF Summer Arts Festival Steel Pan groups. Lucille has been the general music teacher at Wood River Elementary for 30 years. Her contributions extend beyond Wood River into the Fairbanks community. Lucille has contributed significantly to music education in Fairbanks and the state of Alaska. She has been a Music in Our Schools Month choir concert conductor and organizer for many years. She has organized the Music in Our Schools Month shirt fundraiser to raise money so that Fairbanks North Star Borough School District students can attend music camps in the summer. She has accompanied groups at the State Solo Ensemble Festival and has served on the School District Music Curriculum Committee several times. Lucille has been an integral part of the growth of professional music education in Alaska. She has opened herself up to mentoring student teachers and fellow music colleagues throughout her years teaching music. She has taken her musical groups and choirs to school board meetings to perform and advocate for music in our schools every year. In addition, she has given classes at the University of Alaska Fairbanks for music education students and has led professional development in service days. Lucille works hard to make sure her students know their notes and rhythms. Band and orchestra teachers who have worked with her can testify to the fact that by 4th grade, her students can sight read rhythms and are ready to play an instrument. She incorporates special needs students into meaningful music activities and does a lot of hands-on ORF activities with her nonverbal autistic students. She actively puts on multiple concerts to provide performance opportunities for students every year, both with primary students and with her intermediate choir. Many of her students go on to continue music in middle and high school. Professionally, Lucille has been an active member of the National Association for Music Education, held office in the Alaska ORF chapter, and has been the Fairbanks General Music Representative for the Alaska Music Educators Association. Lucille has built a beautiful legacy of teaching music in Fairbanks, and she is retiring at the end of the 2021-2022 school year. Sue Waltman and Kendi Adams nominated her for this award, and so I'll turn it over to them to finish the presentation.
Thank you. We nominated Lucille because she is exceedingly deserving of this award. We will desperately miss her among our ranks. As a teacher and a musician in Fairbanks, she is not one of those teachers, not that we know any, who should have retired years ago. She continues to learn and improve her craft, even this year. And she's such an example to us of the kind of teachers we want to be in the future. Thanks, Lucille. And let's see. She is a beautiful balance of optimism and realism, and I think we all need more of that in our world right now. She builds others up and believes in a strong and cohesive music program for Fairbanks students from kindergarten through high school and beyond. Thank you, Mrs. Hackett. Please come get your award.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to get this award, and I'd like to thank my principal, Grant Guy, and my former principal, Jim Gillis at Wood River, and Sue and Kendi for nominating me, and all my amazing music colleagues. The music teachers in Fairbanks are such a unique and amazing group. They plan their own professional development on their own time. They share great teaching ideas with each other, and they really encourage excellence. I'd also like to thank my Wood River staff for being so wonderful to work with over the years, especially my PE teacher partner, Kayla Clark, for being willing to share ideas and vent and team teach line dancing units together, and all the Wood River parents who've driven their choir kids to perform at school board meetings, showed up to evening concert after a long day at work, and advocated for music in our schools. Teaching music during COVID was no picnic. Try teaching xylophone lessons to 20 kids plus 10 virtual xylophones remotely at the same time. When in-person learning returned, I was like an excited kindergartner. I couldn't wait to do drum circles, Chinese jump ropes, folk dances, and bucket drumming. A couple of my most memorable moments are being suddenly grabbed at the Seattle airport by a 35-year-old stranger. Just when I was about to scream for security, he said, "Mrs. Hackett, it's Jacob. Don't you remember me?" Or the time we were learning about Beethoven's bad temper, and one of my fourth graders spontaneously shared how she had had a lot of tantrums the previous year because of a bad home life situation, and music was one of the only things that got her through it. And finally, and this is a more recent example, seeing an autistic student of mine who is basically nonverbal. He can't communicate in full sentences, but he can create and clap complicated rhythm notation and can sing entire songs on pitch because music can reach him in a way that spoken language cannot. This is the kind of thing that can't be measured on any standardized test, but is one of the reasons we all teach. Finally, I asked my sixth graders to imagine a life without music, no radio, no earbuds, no smartphones, CD players, instruments, or song. It was unimaginable to them as it is to me. In the words of Plato, Music gives soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to imagination, and life to everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the Fairbanks Principal Association, or FPA, 2022 Elementary Principal of the Year. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. The Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education recognizes and honors Brian Powell, Nordale Elementary School Principal, who was selected as the Fairbanks Principal Association 2022 Elementary Principal of the Year. Grant Guy, Wood River Elementary School Principal, will make the presentation.
I need some help. Good evening. My name is Grant Guy. I'm the principal at Wood River Elementary. It is my honor to be here tonight to introduce the 2022 Elementary Principal of the Year. Brian Powell has been the principal at Nordale Elementary for the past 13 years. He has worked in our district for the past 22. Next year, he will start a new challenge as the assistant principal at West Valley High School. My first interaction with Brian was 11 years ago when I was hired from the Lower Yukon School District. I received an email from Brian where he introduced himself and welcomed me to the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. He told me that he had also taught at LYSD, and he offered to get me help me set up in Fairbanks. He even offered to let me stay at his house. Yeah. He didn't know that I grew up here, but I was blown away by such a generous offer. After working with and getting to know me over these many years, I think Brian would tell you that he would not make that offer now, which he just said. While I didn't lean on Brian that summer while I moved back to Fairbanks, I've relied upon him ever since. I've relied upon Brian to tell me regularly that Nordale is better than Wood River. To remind me that if there was a problem at my school, it was definitely due to my leadership. And I've come to trust that Brian would basically blame me for anything that went wrong on the entire west side of Fairbanks. On a more serious note, Brian's one of the best principals I've ever worked with. When I think about what it means to be a principal, it is about finding the best people possible to create a school where kids are excited to come each and every day, where learning is fun, memorable, and people feel a deep sense of belonging and accomplishment. Being a principal is about listening, building rapport, a strong sense of community, and to anticipate and help solve problems. Brian possesses and models all of these qualities, qualities that I try to emulate each day. Observing Brian in our principal meetings, I've always appreciated that he is solution-oriented. Often when Brian shares a concern, he will also give our group potential solutions. He has a sharp and quick wit that he uses regularly, not only to cut through tension of a situation, but also to drive home a point. His ability to laugh, make people laugh, is extremely important to building rapport with everyone around him. As I polled members of Nordale's staff, I was impressed not only with the number of things that they enjoyed about working with Brian, but also the tone of all the responses that I got. Every single person was excited to share their knowledge and observations about Brian's leadership. I could feel the positivity and emotion coming through each email I received. Here are just some of the things that Nordale's staff had to say about Brian. Brian is brave in the face of uncertainty, not a skill that everyone has, but Brian does a great job of leading his team and keeping his head up while doing it. He admits when he makes mistakes. He connects with people on a human level. Selflessness. It doesn't matter if there's an emergency in the classroom or your well pump quits at your house. Brian is quick to help out wherever he can. He has an open door policy and he makes you feel like an equal. He always follows through. He goes out of his way to help people, sometimes even lending his trailer to parents on the weekend to help them move something. He never made that offer to me. He does a great job acknowledging the hard work of others. Brian is easy to talk to. He makes you feel valued. Out of all the people that I've worked under, he is by far my favorite. Brian has a great sense of humor. He has a great way of teasing his staff. I feel so comfortable working with him. He always pays such great respect when working alongside others. Another staff member said, "I appreciate Brian's transparency. He communicates not only the decisions, but why they are made the way they are made. It makes difficult decisions easier to understand and to bear." The same staff member adds that she will always remember one of the very first conversations she had with Brian about moving to Alaska. "He told me he'd be more than happy to let me store my things in his barn, should I need a place to keep my belongings." This one is my personal favorite. First and foremost, Brian puts kids first. He always did what made sense for kids. Whether that meant making a change to a class schedule or to a teacher's roster, it didn't matter. He wanted to do things that would help kids. Another staff member said what all of us elementary principals are thinking. Brian genuinely cared about his staff and students, and I'm sure his leadership at the elementary level will be missed. I'm here to second that last statement. Brian's leadership, his ideas, his wit, his constant focus on keeping students first when we make decisions will sorely be missed at our elementary principal meetings. It is for these and for hundreds of other reasons that Brian Powell is this year's Elementary Principal of the Year. Congratulations, Brian.
Thanks, Grant. I know it's tougher to be that part than this part. I just have to get up here and thank you. This couldn't have happened without, and I can't name everybody, but the staff, without the dream team, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you, all the staff, past and present, administration, Kate LaPlante currently, and Roxa Hawkins in the past for challenging me with this position and not doing a very thorough background check. So I got to thank her for that, and even our own Tim Dorn for being an early mentor for me as I was becoming a principal. So thank you all. I couldn't. It's been the best time of my life to be in the elementary schools. So thank you so much.
Thank you again for all that you do for our students and for our staff. Next, we have Fairbanks Principals Association, or FPA, 2022 Secondary Principal of the Year. Core value is maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. The Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education recognizes and honors Dave Dershin, Randy Smith Middle School Principal, who was selected as the Fairbanks Principal Association 2022 Secondary Principal of the Year. Heather Stewart, Ryan Middle School Principal, and Rich Smith, North Pole Middle School Principal, will make the presentation.
Thank you. My name is Heather Stewart. I'm the principal at Ryan Middle School, and it is my pleasure to introduce Dave Dershin, FPA Secondary Principal of the Year. Dave started his career with the district in 1995, not quite as old as I am, but as a science and technology teacher at Tanana Middle School, and then moved over to Lathrop High School. Then he became the assistant principal at North Pole High School, which is when I first met him, because my son, who was attending North Pole High School, got a bus referral, a bus referral. So that was the first time I met Mr. Dershin. In 2000, he was the principal there in 2006. He moved back to Lathrop High School as the assistant principal from 2007 to 2012, when he became the principal for the next 2 years. Then he came back to middle school. the sweet spot, in my mind, in education, and has been the principal at Randy Smith Middle School since 2014. Dave is a caring, creative educator who believes in kids. He is the eternal optimist, always choosing to see the bright side of things while being willing to challenge the status quo. He understands that leadership doesn't necessarily mean just telling people what to do, but it involves allowing people the latitude to do what they need to do within a set of parameters. Dave is a team player and collaborates well with teachers, staffs, and other administrators. His quick intellect and fondness for numbers and schedules have saved his middle school colleagues numerous times over the year with his creation of spreadsheets after spreadsheets after spreadsheets. And the like in an effort to help us be streamlined and efficient. Dave is a good principal and an even better man. Congratulations, Dave.
Thanks. I didn't know until Brian said something, I need to say anything today, but when I started in school district, I had hair, and that's pretty much sums it up. No, the truth is I've had a wonderful experience working in the school district here, and being a principal. I think back on mentors. I was standing over there, as Brian showed me, had 2 names written down. I was thinking, okay, what do you say, right? I've had a few mentors, many of them principals, but many more of them have been my employees, the teachers who work with me, the SM employees, the secretaries, the people who fix my broken window in my office, whatever it may be. And every day I learn something completely different, something new. I go to my staff meetings ready to teach employees what they need to do to be successful, and I come out of there having learned a lot, and I really appreciate that. It's a wonderful experience working with students every day, and I'll tell you, when I landed at Randy Smith in 2014, I felt like I landed at home. It's a family, and they teach me every day, and it's a school where kids do everything they need to do. Teachers do everything they need to support kids every single day, and it's an amazing feeling to work with a group of people like that. So, Randy Smith staff, thank you very much. Thank you. Can I shake people?
Thank you so much. Next, we have Alaska Association of Secondary School Principals, AASSP 2022 Region 6 Principal of the Year. Our core value is to maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Sarah Gillum, West Valley High School Principal, has been named the Alaska Association of Secondary Schools Principals Region 6 Principal of the Year for 2022. Luke Meinart, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Instruction, will make the presentation.
This is amazing. All right. The Fairbanks North Star School District would like to congratulate West Valley High School Principal Sarah Gillum, as she has been named the Alaska Association Secondary School Principals Region 6 Principal of the Year for 2022. Principal Gillum has served the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District in this capacity for the last 10 years. The Alaska Association of Secondary School Principals sponsors regional and statewide Principal of the Year recognition awards to honor the educational leaders who play such a pivotal role in student success. They may be nominated by anyone, students, staff, parents, district, office staff, or principal peers, with awards finalized by the AASSP members in their region. Regional Principals of the Year are eligible to be in the running for the statewide Alaska Principal of the Year, and in our opinion, Sarah is one of the very best in the state. As we all know, Sarah is an amazing leader that steps up and out to ensure her Wolfpack community is taken care of. In my time with the district, I've been so thankful to have Sarah as part of our leadership team. She is caring and genuine and always willing to listen and provide meaningful feedback. Sarah has the student's best interest always in the forefront in her mind, and I think that's something that we're hearing over and over again as we're talking about the educational leaders in our district. We have great leaders. I'm always so impressed with the creative solutions Sarah comes up with to address the challenges that come her way and come the way of the school. Principal Gillum is willing to lend a helping hand to anyone in need, and in my early days with the district, she was invaluable to me as I used Sarah as a sounding board on a regular basis to learn about the history of how certain things came to be. And I think I called her almost every day, and I'm like, Sarah, you gotta explain this to me. In 2012, when former West Valley principal and former assistant superintendent Sean Kraska interviewed Sarah Gillum to be an assistant principal, she knew that she was designed to be a successful principal. It wasn't just one thing she said, it was virtually everything she said that quickly helped me recognize the leadership qualities she held. Principal Gillum has created a community at West Valley where everyone feels safe and respected, Kraska said. She added that one of Principal Gillum's many gifts is her ability to continually create and foster a welcoming and positive culture so that students and staff can learn and interact and feel they are part of something. Through the height of the pandemic, Dinah Jelinek, a West Valley parent, said Principal Gillum embraced the challenges and guided her staff and students with compassion and grace. When the student body cohesion was fraying, she held a virtual pep assembly. And when the district mitigation policies changed, she communicated honestly and respectfully. Natalia Carlson remarked that Sarah has an extraordinary personality, always calm under any circumstance. She connects with students and staff and is an excellent leader and brings a smile to us all. Beth Sprinkle said Sarah is a person of mettle upheld and steadied by her vision of more just and an equitable world. The vision makes her a leader of integrity who makes decisions not on easy short-term gains, but with an eye toward lasting, positive, long-term solutions. Dave Foshi said, Sarah and I began our West Valley High School journey together 9 years ago. Over the years, we have laughed together, cried together, and have been able to watch a couple thousand kids come in as little freshmen and leave as young adults. She is the most positive person I have ever worked with, which I concur. I love that positivity. One thing is for certain, with her running the show, everyone involved will have fun doing what they do. Not only do I consider her a phenomenal colleague, but I consider her a phenomenal friend. She is the selfless leader that West Valley High School needs in order to keep growing, and I'm so proud to have worked beside her for so long. Lastly, Karen Moline said she is a spark plug that ignites energy wherever she goes. She is an instructional leader that leads with heart and passion for the success of all students. We're so fortunate to have Sarah Gillum as our leader at West Valley High School, and Region 6 made an amazing choice selecting Sarah Gillum for the Principal of the Year honors. Congratulations, Sarah Gillum.
Okay. I wasn't going to say anything, but then everybody else did. I just want to say this has been, for all of us, everyone, the whole community, such a hard year. So I feel like this is an award for everybody. Like, we all deserve an award. So I give a little bit of the award to everybody because we've all persevered through so much. And I don't know what's up ahead because we should never pretend we know anymore, I feel like. But so a big round of applause for all of you guys, too. Yeah. Okay.
I love these nights when we can spotlight and thank our employees. It's awesome. Next is our board student representative recognition and introduction of new student representative. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. McKinley Rhodes, North Pole High School student and the student representative on the school board, will be recognized for his service on the school board for the 2021-2022 school year. And Olivia Smith, North Pole High School student, will be seated as the new student representative for the 2022-2023 school year. Luke Meinert, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, and Michelle Spillane, North Pole High School principal, will make the presentation.
All right. I'll start with my thanks to McKinley Rhodes. So thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for your commitment and dedication to the school board. Serving on the school board takes a tremendous amount of time and effort, and McKinley gave it his all week in and week out, even despite having challenges with school, participating in activities, and knowing that you're a very busy individual with everything that you take part of in the North Pole High community. So thank you for that. McKinley is a very bright young man with strong abilities to engage in difficult conversations. The student perspective he brought to this board has been invaluable, especially given all the difficult work our board has taken up this past year. And so on behalf of the district, I would like to thank you for your service and thank you for leaning into all the difficult conversations you've had this year. And then Michelle Splain would like to say a few words as the principal of North Pole High.
McKinley, on behalf of North Pole High School, I want to thank you for your service. Your participation during the school board conversations surrounding the challenges our students have faced over the past months is appreciated. Student voices are powerful, and we thank you for being willing to take time to serve. We hope you all the best in your future endeavors, and we would like to extend a warm welcome to another North Pole High School student, Olivia Smith. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
It's on, right? Okay. So, I kind of knew, but I didn't really know. So we'll do this. I really like Olivia a whole lot. She's probably going to do a lot better at this than I did, just because of her personality and her experience. So I feel like the board is in very good hands, and so on and so forth. And so, yeah, that's all I gotta say.
President Luke, do we have a moment to make a few comments for McKinley?
Yes. Mr. Dorn.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you very much, McKinley, for your service this year, and to point out that one of the things that most impressed me throughout the year, from the very first meeting you came to, you would kind of touch base with different board members, and I remember several times, how did I do? What, and you always were looking to see how you could best represent students and serve our district. And it's a learning curve for each and every one of us on the board. And you stepped into that curve and followed it around. And I think that is a tremendous tribute to you and a skill, a yearning for learning that will pay off for you in the future. And so I look forward to your leadership continuing in our community in any number of ways. So best of luck to you, and thank you for being part of our team here.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Any other further comments? I would like to end that by thanking Mr. Rhodes for this past year, and thank Ms. Smith for taking on this endeavor. Leadership is not easy. Many times you have to make decisions, and you have to do a lot of research, spend a lot of time, ask questions, speak to people around you, and stand by the decisions in which you make. And so I really appreciate the opportunity and the ability that you all have, you both have had and will have, to lead our student voices within this community and within our district. We appreciate hearing from our students. We appreciate understanding better, because all of the decisions that we as a board make are central to our students. And so when we can continue to hear from our students, we can make better informed decisions. So Mr. Rhodes, thank you so much for serving this past year, and being able to share your perspective, your words, and giving of your time to be a leader within this community. And Ms. Smith, thank you so much for stepping into this leadership opportunity and for serving as a voice to the students within our district. We will dive right in and continue moving forward. So next on the agenda, we have the adoption of the agenda. Core value: center everything we do on the student and student learning. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the direct discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. Any person wishing to speak on agenda action items will have 2 minutes to testify when that item is before the school board for discussion. There's a limit of 1 hour total testimony per item. Can I get a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Mrs. Tuttle?
Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Can we get the presentation of the agenda items, please?
The board has accepted the award in the amount of $15,000 for the discretionary special education grant from the United States Department of Education through the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development per fiscal note 2022-52. The board has approved the fundraising requests of Salta Elementary School to fundraise approximately $2,000 through donation collections, jars, and bake sales, with proceeds to be used to purchase SIM cards for the refugees of Ukraine. Lathrop High School for its girls soccer team to fundraise approximately $3,000 through the sale of Krispy Kreme donuts, with proceeds to be used to support the school's girls soccer program. And North Pole High School for its track and field team to fundraise approximately $1,800 through phone book sales, with proceeds to be used to support the school's track and field program. The board has accepted the donations of $1,200 from the Weller Elementary PTA to Weller Elementary School to be used for the purchase of musical instruments and supplies for the school's general music program. $2,500 from the EOSC Welfare Fund to Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School for the purchase of new uniforms for the school's girls basketball team. $6,000 from Effie Cochran Charter nonprofit to Effie Cochran Charter to support the school's boys basketball program. $1,000 from Jeans Chrysler to Lathrop High School to support the school's boys soccer program. $1,250 from the Interior Girls Softball Association to Lathrop High School to support the school's girls softball team. $2,650 from the Lathrop High School ballroom dance team to Lathrop High School to support the school's ballroom dance program. $8,193.44 from the Lathrop Malamute Baseball Group to Lathrop High School to support the school's baseball program. $1,000 from the EOSC Welfare Fund to North Pole High School to help cover the expenses for the junior ROTC Air Rifle Team's competition participation. $1,000 from H&R Block of Fairbanks to North Pole High School to support the school's girls softball program. $1,380 from the Northern Area Aquatic West Valley High School to support the school's 2021-2022 swim team program. $2,500 from the West Valley Baseball Booster Club to West Valley High School to support the school's baseball program. $4,375.92 from the Fairbanks Tennis Association to West Valley High School to support the school's tennis program. $4,788.45 from the West Valley Cross Country Running Organization to West Valley High School to support the school's 2021-2022 cross country running program. $9,427.99 from the West Valley Cross Country Ski Team Booster Club to West Valley High School to support the school's cross country ski program. $10,905.97 from the Wolfpack Wrestling Incorporated Gaming Group to West Valley High School to support the school's wrestling program. And $12,929.91 from the West Valley Hockey Booster Club to West Valley High School to support the school's 2021-2022 hockey program. The board has accepted the monthly management report from April 2022. The board has approved the personnel action report for the period April 22nd through May 5th, 2022, and the minutes of the April 19, May 3rd, 2022 regular meetings, and the May 2nd, 2022 special meeting as submitted. The board has acknowledged the personnel information report for the period April 21 through May 5th, 2022, the budget transfer report for the period April 16 through 30, 2022, and the board's reading file, and the coming events and meeting announcements.
Thank you. Next, we have public comments on reports and non-agenda items. This can include input, ideas, and suggestions that are welcome and encouraged regarding the school district's fiscal year 2022-2023 school year budget, along with public input on salaries, benefits, and any other contractual items regarding the Educational Support Staff Association, or ESSA, the Fairbanks Education Association, or FEA, and the Fairbanks Principals Association, FPA, negotiations. Core value, engage with students, family, and staff, and community to support student success. Public comments on reports and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour. People who have signed up in advance through the school board's office to testify in person or by Zoom will be called upon first. And if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A person testifying shall state their full name, spelling their last name, and their city of residence for the record. Board members may ask questions for clarification. Although there is time at the end of each meeting for school board and superintendent comments, some concerns may not be able to be addressed immediately, as additional information may need to be gathered. Tonight, we are starting off with Luke Baelish. If you will come up to the microphone, state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and then you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Good evening. My name is Luke Baelash, B-A-L-A-S-H. Reside here in Fairbanks. So I'm here to testify and advocate on behalf of activities, especially athletics. I'm hoping that as money comes back in, we'll be able to add activities coordinators back in, because when I look down the road next year without an in-building activities coordinator, it doesn't look good. So I'd be happy to answer questions on specifics of that later. The other piece I want to talk about that really impacts athletics, especially where I'm as a head football coach, is with the F policy. They call it a policy, but it's not really. It's not written down anywhere, and it's not clearly or consistently enforced. But the basic idea is if a student has an F, they're not supposed to travel. I sent you an email with 10 reasons why I don't like it, but I'll cover 5 real quick. First off, that it's taken something that's supposed to be about engagement and nurturing and supporting students, and it weaponizes it, and it uses it to punish them instead. And I philosophically have a problem with that. Second, oftentimes it happens to an innocent kid who's done everything they can, but with the fault of the system and the adults involved, they can end up getting punished even though they've done everything that they can do. And oftentimes the fault is elsewhere. Third, it creates a lot of tension between athletes and teachers, as well as coaches and teachers. And there's a lot of teachers that don't want to have the policy because it's disruptive to the process and not very helpful or good. Fourth, it disproportionately impacts disadvantaged kids and kids of color. The overwhelming majority of kids that I've had to leave home would fit those descriptions. And then lastly, it's been one of the drivers that has helped push kids out of school. They've gone to homeschool instead to avoid stuff like this. And other kids that can't leave have just quit and stopped doing sports altogether.
Sorry, forgot to turn my mic back on. Ms. Marati, Ms. Sanderson, and then Mr. Doran.
Thank you for your testimony. I did look up when I received your emails. I looked it up, and I did not see a policy, but it's called the F policy. Do you happen to know how it's being enforced if it's not a policy?
Well, it started at West Valley High School originally, and then it kind of spread from there. So they took it on in the North Pole, and then I believe Eielson is doing it now as well. And so, again, I haven't ever seen it in writing officially. It's just kind of said this is what we do and how we do it, but it's not consistent at all.
Through the chair, can I make a request to administration to follow up with us on that?
So I will say now that it is written in the school handbook, and it's clearly outlined there in the handbook.
Okay.
If you'd like to look that up.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sanderson?
I don't think I had a question, but I can think of one. Does OGSA have a policy that relates to this at all? I had sent some information to Dana Monk, who is a board director for on the OGSA committee, and I wasn't sure how that was addressed. Know if you got any information on that at all?
Sure. That's one of my points in the email, is that at the OSA level, this isn't a rule. This is something we do to ourselves. And so it kind of puts us at a competitive disadvantage in a lot of ways. But it's not there's only one other district that I know of that really has something above and beyond the OSA rules, and that's down to Kenai Peninsula District. Has some other types of rules they enforce, but not quite like this one.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you, Mr. Bellish, for being here and for your work with students. I know this is a common practice, and when I was a high school principal, it was a practice at our school. If students were behind and failing, that they had a chance to bring it up. So what I'm asking, because I do know a number of teams here do have supports to help keep students while they're away from the classroom, to help keep them up on their work so that they don't wind up in this situation.
Sure.
What are the types of things that you do with your team in particular?
We specifically set that first hour after school is set aside for study hall, sometimes more depending on the week and if we've been traveling more or less or where the kids are at. But so we should have study hall just about every day during the season. And then we keep track of the grades, and we make sure to talk with them if we see anything slipping. We have those conversations.
Could I follow up?
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
I'm thrilled to here in terms of after school on a regular basis during practices and stuff is also while you're on the road traveling and you might be gone for several days. Do you also do that during that time?
There certainly is time where they can bring work and work. I haven't had a lot of success with kids using that time well because they're on an adventure and a journey and it's harder to do that. I do work really hard to make sure that we don't miss school if we can help it. So I try to schedule games on Saturdays so we can leave after school on Friday. We spend the extra money on a motor coach to take our JV kids to North Pole for a Friday JV game so they don't get pulled out of school at noon to take a bus. We do all kinds of things to try and make sure we protect classroom time. But it's made real clear that that's not the priority because even if we're leaving after school Friday on a trip, they will still keep them home.
Right. Okay. So you're giving kids opportunities and you're really helping to track with them and their teachers so that they are able to maintain a passing grade at all times.
And I could give you examples of times where that's inadequate.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you were.
Sure.
You know, because I know a lot of people don't realize that the effort that goes into helping students stay on track. And thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Next, we have Tara Devon. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, I'm Tara Devon, D-E-V-A-U-G-H-N, and I live in North Pole. And before I start what I want to testify about, I just want to echo that everything that Mr. Bayless just said, totally agree with. I coached basketball. I have lots of years. My husband is the football coach at West Valley. I think he would also echo that rule and what goes into keeping kids motivated. That's not helping. So anyways, what I'm here to talk about though is I won't be here June 7th when you will vote on the new math curriculum. And so since I'm here tonight and you're going to hear about it later, I just wanted to testify to say lots of hard work went into that curriculum. Our writers spent countless hours reviewing district data and really thinking holistically about what is best for our students. And I'm really proud of the work that was done. And I want to be able to say vote yes when it's time to vote yes, and I won't be here on that night. And so I took some time tonight to say vote yes when the math curriculum comes before you on June 7th, because I think we've done some powerful work and really thought through what is needed in Fairbanks for math education. And that takes a lot of time and it takes lots of hard conversations, and our teachers on our committee really took that time and had those hard conversations. And I think it's a great product, great curriculum, and you'll hear more about it later when Shane presents, but I had to speak before that. So that's it.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there a Cheryl Hurley? I do not see this person. That concludes everyone that was on the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide testimony this evening? Yes. Seeing none, public testimony is closed. We do not have a Borough Assembly report this evening, but we do have President report. And the goal and objective is to ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district. A couple of things that I have to share. First off, I just want to say congratulations to our graduating classes. It is one of the greatest things to be a part of this board when we get to, we have the opportunity to attend these graduations, shake everyone's hand, look in their eyes, and just celebrate with them. It's a great reminder why we school board members are here, that our focus is on our students, ensuring their success in every way possible. So we are so excited for you. We are so excited for your accomplishments thus far, and we can't wait to see where your life takes you. And please, please, please have a safe and fun summer as you prepare for this next phase in your life. This is the mama coming out in me. Safety first. The next thing that I wanted to bring up is budget. Monday, May 23rd at 6 p.m., we are having a special board work session where we are going to be discussing our budget, what our possible options are. We are watching the state and the budget that they are proposing very, very carefully, and really paying attention to what is or is not happening, what is and is not being included into that budget, because that will for sure dictate what budget our district has moving into the next year. Also, I personally would like to thank the Fairbanks Assembly, the North Star Borough Assembly, for passing their budget, as well as adding a little extra budget in there for our district. I appreciate the work that you all have done. I really appreciate the questions that they have had, but to better understand our budget and better understand where we as a district are. And so I would be remiss if I did not thank them for doing that this last week. We have one more board meeting before we are out for the summer, which is really a month. But June 7th is our last board meeting. We may have a budget work session on June 6th if we still have work to do that we are unable to complete on May 23rd. But that will conclude our 2021-2022 board meeting schedule, and those will resume at the beginning of August. And just as a reminder for all of the parents out there that Thursday is the very last day of school. If your children have not informed you and reminded you at least 50 times today that Thursday is last day of school, and tomorrow and Thursday will be early outs. And I'm not sure if everybody else could feel the excitement rolling off of their children, but my children were pretty much bouncing all the way home today with the excitement of summer coming up. I want to thank the administration for the hard work that we are continuing to do, the hard work and effort that this team has put into this year. There have been countless things that we have worked on this year, and I'll do more of an accounting of that next week, kind of as my year-end summary. But truly, I want to thank administration for the work, the support, and the effort that has been placed to ensure that this board can continue moving forward to focus on student success. So thank you. I appreciate that work. Next, we will hear from our Chief School Administrator through her report, including updates on school closure, transitions, transportation, budgets, all of the things. Goals and objectives ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district. Chief School Administrator Ms. Moline will provide her report, including the updates on the school closure, transitions, transportation, and the budget. Mrs. Moline.
Thank you, President Luke. As has been mentioned a couple of times already this evening, we are in the last few hours of the 21-22 school term. Graduations have happened. High school students are taking the last of their finals. Elementary and middle school students are partaking in the end of the year celebrations and activities, and looking forward to a great summer. Also, that has been mentioned multiple times this evening, the level of challenges that we faced this year. Almost every layer of the education system has been challenged this year, and the community at large, but we've done it. I would like to take just a moment to expand a little bit on what Principal Gillum said about this was everyone's work, and articulate my appreciation for each person that played a role in making this school year happen. We had parents making sacrifices and working together to get their children to school. We had teachers and staff members showing up every day and giving their very best in the midst of many very challenging situations. We had a maintenance and facility team and personnel going the extra mile during a 100-year snowstorm and historical event. We had nutrition services folks delivering record-breaking number of meals with a significant staff shortage. We had nurses. Well, there's not enough words to say about what our health teams did in our schools this year. We had payroll folks making sure everyone got paid. We had IT staff making sure devices we needed worked. And we had administrative support staff that was filling in, picking up the slack wherever they were needed. So I believe this is a true testimony to the strength and resilience of our district and our community. So thank you all to everyone who's a part of this past school year. So I'll start my report with a transportation, a brief transportation words, because on June 7th, Durham, our contractor Durham will be here in the meeting to provide a full report that will include their plans for moving forward into next year in a way that we can offer consistent support for parents in transportation. So with that, I'll move to my budget update. And as President Luke said, there's a lot happening on the budget front right now, but I want to add my thanks to the borough for the additional funding beyond the $2 million ask that was built into our budget. So I want to express my appreciation to them in the support of the education of their children. Also, as President Luke mentioned, the legislative session is coming to an end. It's scheduled to end tomorrow, May 18th. There's a lot that happens in the last 24 hours of a legislative session, so we're kind of watching and waiting to see how the final budget bill looks coming from the legislative bodies. Once the bodies have presented the bill to the governor, the governor has 20 working days to exercise his line item veto if he were to choose to do so. Once those steps happen, then we will know how much the state will fund education across the state and a better idea what that means for state funding in our district. So we'll be watching those things as they unfold, both in the next 24 hours and then in the 20 days after the governor receives the budget bill from the legislative bodies. We are hoping for a more concrete piece of information when we go into our May 23rd budget conversation. So we'll have to see what we know by May 23rd. So our school closure update. There have been celebrations and closing festivities at all three of the schools. It was a great time of remembering and honoring the past and looking forward to the future and what lie ahead for the students and the teachers. So in the topic of teachers, the Human Resources Department has finalized the placement of all the employees, all employee groups for the upcoming school year. All employees impacted by the school closures have either accepted placement at a location in a job placement or have been placed. At this point, teaching vacancies are being posted both internally and externally, so the movement is still occurring, which is common this time of year, and that will continue for the next few months. As kind of an HR aside, not necessarily directly related to the school closures, staff that are affected, we do recognize a need for math and science teachers for the upcoming school year, and we're strategizing in a way to recruit for those positions. In terms of the music positions, the district has 3 general music elementary positions vacant. However, we do have 2 that we are currently have pending offers with. In addition, we need 1 choir middle school position. So that's a little bit of an update from specifically related to the staff impacted by school closures, and then some other things that that we're looking at for the upcoming year. Also, in relationship to the school closures and the decisions made around that, middle school leadership teams have been working with the Association of Middle Level Educators, AMLE, the past several months, and some of them will be attending an AMLE conference this summer as a part of their continued work towards the transition to a 6-8 grade configuration in middle school. Our facilities and maintenance department has done walkthroughs with the borough staff and is still working on finalizing those last few details on the building handoffs. And at this point, we have nothing to indicate that there will be any significant costs associated with this handoff. So just in my final thoughts, I'd like to just mention that the number 1 strategic goal and district objective on our list of our strategic plan is student success. The gateway skill to all academic success is the ability to read. Reading is a great equalizer to student success. It is fundamental to everything that comes after. As this year wraps up and we're looking towards next year and into the future, we are looking at how we can strategically begin the process towards all students in the FNSBSD being great readers.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moline. Ms. Marotti.
Thank you, Mrs. Moline. You mentioned that Durham will be here for a transportation presentation, but I didn't hear what time and where. I'm assuming it's in here, though. But if you could just repeat the time and location, and if it's going to be available via Zoom for those that cannot attend physically here.
They're scheduled to be a part of this regular meeting on June 7th, and they'll present to the board at that time.
Thank you. I have one more question, but I can hold if someone else wants to go.
Go ahead, Ms. Marotti.
Okay. You mentioned that there's 3 vacancies for the music positions. What is admin doing to ensure that these 3 vacancies are filled?
Well, like I said, 2 are currently have current pending offers. So we've filled 2 of them, and we're continuing to aggressively recruit at all avenues that are available to us at this time.
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
Can you elaborate on how you are aggressively recruiting?
We advertise in a number of different platforms. We have networks that we work through, our music network, and then also our traditional Alaska teacher placement. But also for these more difficult positions, we branch out to other job platforms, LinkedIn, Indeed, some of the more well-known job platforms out there available.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? No? All right. And Ms. Tuttle, I got kicked off. I don't have internet, so I'm not online right now. So just an FYI. Okay. Our next item of business is new business. And as we go through, we are going through our charter school, the approval of 3 of our charter schools. And I just want to remind the board, let's go ahead and stay on topic. Let's go ahead and listen to what our charter schools are presenting. And make sure that we stay on what is in our agenda packet, so that we can ensure that we are following Robert's rules. First is the approval of the 2022-2023 watershed charter school contract. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I'm sorry, President Luke, if I could just interrupt for just a quick second. I needed to revisit something. Can I do that now? No, I could do it after. It was about the Mr. Balick's presentation about the student handbook. I just had a couple of questions or concerns about that. I can do it later.
Can we request that we get more information from administration?
Sure.
Sent to the board, so that we can all get those answers?
Yeah, that'll
Because I
work.
think that would be a vital use or an appropriate use of that time.
That'll work.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. Core value is to maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Included in the agenda is the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 contract for Watershed Charter School. There are no changes to the contract from last year. Also provided is the Charter School's 2021-2022 annual report. Representatives from the Charter School will present an overview of their annual report. The administration recommends the Charter School contract presented for next year be approved. The time is now yours.
All right.
Move to approve the 2022-2023 charter school contract between the Fairbanks North Strawboro School District and Watershed Charter School Incorporated.
Second.
Thank you. The time is now yours.
I think I came on set too early. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jared Decker. I am the principal at Watershed Charter School. Just briefly, I'm feeling a little humbled and definitely inspired listening to Heather and Grant present those awards and Luke present the word to Brian, Dave, and Sarah. Those are folks I have a tremendous amount of respect for. So I'll do my best here. So as Sarah mentioned, a most definite challenging year for everybody at different levels. We certainly felt some of that at Watershed. One of our emphasis in this year was getting back to what many people call just our watershed roots, and that is actively getting kids engaged in the community and getting kids outdoors. And some recent evidence of this is that our 5th and 6th graders are actually out camping right now. Our APC chair couldn't be here tonight because he is with his 5th grader somewhere off Chino Hot Springs Road. I won't give away their exact location. Our 8th graders just returned from Kachemak Bay, a trip that is a marquee one for us, kind of a hallmark end of the end of Watershed career. We did it in the spring this year just to make sure that it would, because we weren't quite ready for that in the fall. Our students just returned for that, and our 3rd and 4th graders were that snowstorm we just had last Monday and Tuesday. Our 3rd and 4th graders were out Chino Lakes making snowmen in that, thanks to the just tremendous effort of our 3rd, 4th grade teachers and some incredible parents. So just some examples of what we've done there recently. And then I can't speak about challenges and how we've been able to overcome some of those challenges without highlighting some of the unfortunately unsung heroes at the school. So we've had some transition this year. Our longtime secretary, Georgiana Smith, resigned and moved out of state to carry on a new life elsewhere. Georgiana and I are very close friends. I've known her for well before my children were born, and she was beyond, she was beyond my right hand. I was hers, and so losing her, I was so nervous, especially as we entered lottery season and springtime, because everything ramps up in spring. And April George, who we hired, has been phenomenal, and every day I'm blown away with how easy things are in the office as far as that position. She seems to anticipate, and so I have to thank her. It's never easy stepping in, and to do it in mid-year has just been truly impressive. Also, our legendary kindergarten team of Marlene McDermott and Sharon Baker retired at the end of last year. It's always hard to follow a legend, and Miss Perez, Chastity Perez, and Pam Laker have done an exceptional job at that as well, just setting our kindergartners off for a tremendous ignition into their education and introduction into Watershed. It's been amazing. This year we started a breakfast and lunch program at Watershed, and I foolishly said that Georgiana and I at the time would take that on, and we've been so lucky that Danielle Flaherty said that I was way in over my head and pulled me out, and she took that over, so I am incredibly in debt to her. In a year where we've had such tight staff and sub shortages, having a reliable and just perfect recess and lunch duty that you can always count on, that is always great with kids, is just, she's worth gold, and that's Lynn Malzahn. She's been with us for well over a decade, and I can't imagine how we would be able to staff and supervise lunch and recess. And recess at Watershed is an adventure, and so the fact that she keeps coming back year after year is just heaven sent. Jeff Meisel is new to our building this year and has done just tremendous work with our early readers. One of my favorite 20 minutes of the day is sitting in a chair where I can just listen to him work with some exuberant first grade girls who are a little rambunctious, but the work he's done to help them and other little groups that he works with become stronger readers has been just incredible to watch. Janice Martinez, also new to us this year, in a year with challenges and where people are coming with a little bit of negativity perhaps, Janice is just pure joy. So if you're having a rough day, if things aren't going right, Janice just brought joy to our building, and I can't thank her enough for that. In a year with COVID, or 2 years or 18 years, I don't know how long this has been, the role of a custodian can't be overstated, and so Tyrone Burkhead has been tremendous, and I'm always appreciative of that. And then finally, I think I've gone through everybody except for Amy Culp, and Amy Culp is our library media assistant, and I'm saving her for last because my analogy is that Amy Culp is kind of like our Sharon Tuttle. She's incredibly insightful, professional, positive, and even though you're just one of because with kids, you're one of 200 at our school, and I know I'm one of more than 200 people that Sharon interacts with, but when I call her or I email her, I feel like she's been waiting for my call or my email all day, and so I'm incredibly thankful for that. Thank you, Sharon. So that's my little attempt at some positivity too. So I will end there. Very, very happy with the way the year ended up despite those challenges, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we go into questions, we did not have anybody sign up for testimony, but I want to just double check and make sure. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to testify on the Watershed contract? Okay, seeing none, the testimony is now closed. Thank you. Questions, or is there anything else from administration that you would like to add?
No, we have nothing further.
Anything from the board? Miss Moretti.
I think it's interesting in your report that you noted that 39% of your applicants came from outside of the district. This is super important to bring up, as we've heard that these students are going to be going to our home school, but maybe they're actually some of them are going to be going to our charter schools. I'm hoping that the admin could track this for us and bring it back to the board in the fall to see for all outside applicants to our schools, of those that came from the outside our district and those that came from inside of our district. Is that something that we can have in the fall?
The charter school would be the place that would track that. That's kind of their, that's what they do. So if they're willing to offer that, I don't know why not.
I think you misunderstood me. I meant for the whole district. If we could track for the district who's coming from outside of the district and who's coming from inside and where are they going?
We can certainly make every attempt to do that. We don't have a really robust system set up right now that we can track that, but we do have, we ask people where they're going, why they're going, but we don't have a really systematic way. And we're working on that. Mr. Gentry, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Ms. Moline. We can determine when a student comes in if we get a records transfer request. Students will come in and bring their records with them. As long as that occurs, we will be able to track it in the way that I believe that you're asking. Without that, though, if the parents don't volunteer why they're either exiting or coming in, then no, we cannot.
That would be great. Yeah, if we could track that if they do provide it. I have another question, and if no one else does.
Go ahead.
I did notice a slight decrease in the reading results that you provided for us for the MAP projected growth targets. Can you just talk about it just a little bit?
Yeah, reading scores went down in peaks, and that's from the 2021 peaks, right? So it's not this year's. It's although it wasn't peaks this year, it's AK Star. There's a whole host of reasons why that could be. Our participation rate was also way down too. I think teaching reading over remotely is actually a lot more difficult than teaching math remotely. I think that might have a little bit to do with it too. So I think there's various reasons that I could say could be contributing to it. Right now, my focus is, our focus has been bolstering our reading instruction this year for the kid, because I don't know why our reading scores dipped a little bit last year. Again, there's many variables that we're dealing with, but just trying to improve that instruction this year with students in the building.
Any further questions from the board? Ms. Tuttle, do the colonels have their hand raised? Okay, thank you. If you'll just keep me in line with that. It looks as though we are ready for the vote.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Next, we have the approval of the 2022-2023 Discovery Peak Charter School Contract. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Included in the agenda is the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 contract for the Discovery Peak Charter School. There are no changes to the contract from last year. Also provided is the Charter School's 2021-2022 annual report. Representatives from the Charter School will present an overview of their annual report. The administration recommends the Charter School contract presented for next year be approved. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the 2022-2023 charter school contract between the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and Discovery Peak Charter School.
Second.
Thank you. Before we turn the time over to you, we do not have anybody signed up, but is there anyone in the room that would like to testify about the Discovery Peak contract? Seeing none, testimony is now closed. And the time is yours.
Well, thank you. My name is Allison Bartlett. I am the head teacher at Discovery Peak Charter School. Have been since our doors opened just 3 very long years ago. You know, I feel like we can echo a little bit of what Jared said as he mentioned Watershed feeling like they're finally going back to their watershed roots. This was our first year of the 3 where we felt like our roots were starting to finally take hold. The first year was a roller coaster of a first year, as could be expected. Last year was last year, as many of us remember but try to forget. And this year we were finally able to focus on and really lead our instruction towards the goal of the school that we have envisioned, that we've been working so hard to establish. And so as our roots are taking hold, you know, there's a lot of success that we are feeling right now. There's a lot of excitement that comes from that and just seeing it all play out. A big piece of this is, you know, leaning on our 3 pillars of Discovery Peak, those pillars being our increased physical activity, our connection to the community being a big one, and then also that personalized instruction. That community piece is one that we've really put a lot of emphasis on this year. Being able to open our doors and invite more of the community into our school. It really invigorates us, and we see great value in the time that the students get to interact with our community members. Those community members extending beyond just our parent community willing to come in and talk to students and work with students, but actually inviting others within the community who don't otherwise have that connection to us, but wanting to invest into our students. This year has allowed us to go out into the community more often, and for our students to be more involved and have those, you know, field trip opportunities where not only are they going out and learning, but feeling like they can be a part of something. So as I said, that community involvement is one of our 3 pillars, and the fact that we've been able to put such an adamant emphasis on it and feel success in that. Do we have room to grow? Absolutely. But we're headed in the right direction, and again, that's very exciting to us. Let's see. As our report that was included in the agenda, I just wanted to elaborate on a few things. We feel a lot of success in the reportable data that shows our students' growth. The MAPS data was provided, and it was exciting to see that in both reading and math, we were at or above the district averages for our grades 3 through 8. We see a lot of success in the fact that after this spring lottery season, looking to next year, we have 195 out of our 198 seats currently filled. And that still leaves 113 students still on the wait list, wanting to eagerly get into our school. We feel like that speaks volumes about getting our name out there within the community and the fact that people know about us and want to see their families participate. We do have an orientation requirement for that lottery application process. And in those orientations, I say to families multiple times that we want them to consider whether this is a good fit for their child, acknowledging that with charter schools, it's a great fit for some and it's not for others. And so allowing families to make that choice, as we are a school of choice for our district. Feeding off of, and I made a little note to myself based on one of the questions that was asked of Watershed regarding the students who are coming to us. I will note that a majority of our students, not counting our kindergartners, but a majority of the others who are enrolling in our school are coming from homeschool programs. There is a small number I would say single-digit number of students who are coming from district schools to Discovery Peak, and the remainder are from homeschools. Let's see. As I mentioned, we feel a lot of success in those relationships that we're building within our community. We feel like we're starting to have a name that is well-known and spoken and in a very positive light. And then in terms of our professional development, that has led to our APC feeling more prepared for the duties and the roles that they carry, for our staff to feel that they have the supports that they need and avenues to grow professionally in order to best meet that vision of Discovery Peak. And then the growth that I've felt myself in just having the experience as an administrator at a charter school and being willing to ask a lot of questions and grow in that regard. So that's the extent of what I had to share with you tonight, but as always, I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Anything from administration?
We have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Ms. Marotti?
Thank you for your presentation. I noticed in your report that the budget was set at 186 students, but you're anticipating 195. Where's the additional funding coming from? Is that something that the board needs to adjust or consider?
So as we built our budget for next year, we based it off that 186, which is where we are currently at for this year. Not wanting to face any shortfalls or any surprises. I think that knowing that we have 195 students enrolled means that come October, the funds that would come from those additional students would then be allocated to our school. So we are not relying on that because we have a balanced budget with that 186 student population, but it'll give us a little bit more flexibility.
I appreciate that forethought. I have one more if no one else does.
Go ahead, Ms. Marotti.
Thanks. I noticed your diversity in your student population, and I commend Discovery Peak for the diverse ethnicities that make up your student population. Does the staff at Discovery Peak reflect this diversity as well?
While I don't have percentages readily available, I would say yes. And that being ethnic diversity as well as military background and even parts of the country of which we each were raised.
Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. Ms. Bartlett, I read in your document that you were asking for a bylaws change to be approved. And then it's not separate like how the other one was. Did you bring us a bylaws change?
Perhaps I need insight on what that process would look like because yes, there were recent bylaws that were accepted by our APC. And it was my impression that through this tonight that could happen.
I just noticed that we had Boreal Sons as 2 action items, approving their contract and then also approving their bylaws change. And I just see in their document, the last part says our bylaws change is attached here. So we would need to have a separate action to approve their bylaws change, correct?
Technically, yes, or you could make an amendment to the motion, to the main motion, to add those bylaw changes.
Okay.
But they were not noticed to the public.
Through the chair, I would just ask Ms. Tuttle maybe, I mean, is that appropriate for us to amend if it wasn't announced that way? Since the documents were attached and they do say that they're requesting that?
If it's listed in the documents,
and the public looked at it, we did notice specifically the change for Boreal Sun.
Okay.
So we have one of two options, basically. We amend the motion to include this, or we can vote just on the contract and bring the changes to the policy at the next board meeting, which will be June 7th, and just have that item single. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I'd appreciate the amendment, considering that's a surprise to me, and I think the board deserves an opportunity to go over those proposed bylaw changes. I didn't read any bylaw changes.
Mr. Doran?
What would be helpful to me, I think, is if Ms. Bartlett, you could go ahead and highlight what those changes are. If they're minimal, then I might be in favor of supporting doing an amendment. If they're substantive, then that we need some thought on it to give it due consideration, then coming back. But that would be helpful to really know what the changes are.
Yes, so the bylaw changes came about following the professional development that we had with the AASB. There were portions of the bylaws that were expected to be in there that were not. Part of me is hesitant right now to regurgitate all of the changes because I fear missing one. But I will say that this was the Academic Policy Committee's attempt, but also ensuring that all required elements of a charter school APC's bylaws were truly met. No significant changes in the verbiage of makeups of APCs or elections or anything that I would consider substantial in that regard, simply filling in the gaps that existed previously.
Mr. Doran?
With that in mind, and I really appreciate it's the value of having that training and that you've acted on it. But I think that it would be appropriate for us to consider that approval separately, where you could actually indicate to us what was added in that helped to bring you into compliance with what the state would expect, and they should be there. But kudos to you and the APC and the staff to take all of that learning in and put it into action right away. So.
Ms. Moretti?
I just need some clarification probably from admin or maybe the chair. So the bylaws, there were changes to the bylaws that the board needs to approve, but they're not provided to us tonight.
The bylaws are in the packet. What I don't have is a comparison of what is old to what is new.
Okay.
But I do have the current and updated versions included in the packet.
So the version that we have tonight is with the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that we might need to go ahead and just amend this motion and get the information on the bylaws that were changed. Ms. Smith and then Mr. Doran.
Well, personally, I read the bylaws. I think the changes are great and fine, and I want to approve them. But I feel that we, as a board, need to have consistency in our actions toward each charter school, and that each item is actually quite substantively different. The contract and the modification of the bylaws are pretty different, and that, as Mr. Sampson said, you need to see the modification of the bylaws and have time to process that, and then, then we vote on approving the bylaws, because it's actually an action of ours, one of few that is required, is to approve bylaw modifications. So I think best practice would be to always consider them separately, and therefore I think we should just have a simple item added to our next meeting to consider them and approve them.
And allow the public notice to see what was and what currently is. Mr. Doran?
Very much in line with that, and I think we can go ahead and approve the contract, because it's really an administrative contract. And our comments, I think, clearly indicate that we want to see the clear delineation of the bylaws, and we can act on that. But I think for the purpose of, so the school can plan and move ahead, to do the contract piece, and then to come back and do the change, look at the changes, revisions of the bylaws themselves.
Absolutely. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. As I read the recommended action, it doesn't look as though if it needs amending, considering the bylaws weren't spelled out in the action. So I think we're, as far as I can see, we're good to vote on the amendment on the recommended action, as it does not specify any amendment changes to their bylaws.
We'll take the bylaws at the next board meeting. If we could have you come
Get with Ms. Tuttle on a due date for that documentation.
Get with Ms. Tuttle, yes. So just as an understanding to the community, when we go to vote for this particular charter, this is for the charter, the contract with the charter, not the bylaws, and the bylaws will come before us at our next board meeting. Just for that clarification. So are there any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Marati?
We are, as a board, are learning a lot about charters lately. One of them is that charters can request waivers. Does Discovery Peak have any waivers that they've requested?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ms. Tuttle? Can we have the vote?
Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Perfect. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you at our next meeting.
Can't wait.
Perfect. On to the next item, approval of the 2022-2023 Boreal Sun Charter School contract. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Included in the agenda is the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 contract for Boreal Sun Charter School. There are no changes to the contract from last year. Also provided is the Charter School's 2021-2022 annual report. Representatives from the Charter School will present an overview of their annual report. The administration recommends the Charter School contract presented for next year be approved. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the 2022-2023 Charter School contract between the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and Boreal Sun Charter School, Inc.
Second.
Thank you. And we do have some testimony lined up. First, we have James McDonald.
He was online earlier, but I don't see him right this second.
If you see him come back on, will you just let me know? Okay. Next, we have Dustin Stahl. If you'll come up, state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, my name is Dustin Stahl, S-T-A-H-L, and I live in Fairbanks. I'm just here to testify for the silent majority of parents that don't come to testify at school board meetings because their kids are thriving at Boreal Sun, and we have nothing but praise, love, and admiration and appreciation for the teachers and staff of this school. I have 3 kids who have attended or are currently attending Boreal Sun Charter School. My son attended from 6th to 8th grade. He is currently an honor roll student and a student athlete in his sophomore year at Lathrop. His teachers have commented on his strong sense of community and eagerness to assist other students, and we attribute that to his time and experiences he's had at Boreal Sun. My 13-year-old daughter is in the 7th grade and has attended since 3rd. She is thriving in a rich environment full of art, drama, community service, and is a straight A student this semester. I also have a kindergartner that attends the school. She is growing socially and emotionally by leaps and bounds. Any minor concerns we've ever had with the school have been addressed with patience, consideration, and thoughtful solutions by the teacher and staff at the school. I know the last 2 years have been very difficult for all teachers, and I wanted to express my appreciation and thank all of them for their service and dedication, and that my children are doing really, really well. My family believes that Boreal Sun is truly a special school full of passionate, dedicated teachers, teaching with an approach that's only available to our community at this school. And I'd like to ask you to please continue to make this school a choice for Fairbanks so that our community can continue to be blessed by the talented and well-rounded students that this school is producing. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thanks. Next, we have Ashley Yeats. Okay. Ashley, if you
Hi.
will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Yates, Y-E-A-T-S. I live in Fairbanks, and I'm here to share about my experience the past year at Boreal Sun Charter School. I know our charter is up for renewal, and I've heard many critical comments and concerns this year regarding our school. I'd like to share my recent experiences there as a teacher. I've been teaching with the district here in Fairbanks for 8 years, but this past year has been my first year at Boreal Sun Charter as their Spanish teacher. I have had an extremely positive experience this past year. I was welcomed in by the staff and families with care and enthusiasm. I'm in a unique position where I have the opportunity to visit each classroom in the school weekly. So I've spent a significant amount of time in all of the classes, getting to know the teachers, kindergarten through 8th grade. I can say with absolute confidence that it would be a privilege to have my own children be in this learning community with any and all of the teachers that are currently there. I've spent time in other buildings, and Boreal Sun does indeed stand out for many, many reasons. Having a school focused on teaching the head, heart, and hands is an incredible benefit to our Fairbanks community and families. Children love coming to school, learning to play instruments, making creative art weekly, and learning a foreign language at such a young age, just to name a few things. I've seen all of the staff welcome students from a variety of backgrounds, home life situations, and cultures. I've seen cultures honored and an inquisitive stance taken. In fact, just last week, I was kindly served Indian food made by a family to share with the entire class after our Spanish lesson. I was unsure about coming to a fairly new school at first and what kind of environment I might find. However, I've been blown away by the level of ownership the children take over their learning and the time and the heart that the staff, all of the staff, put into their lessons and time with the children. Things are done with intention, with care, and with the utmost respect for how students learn, develop, and thrive. I'm excited to be a part of the team of educators and parents working together to provide a thoroughly well-rounded cross-cultural education where we are helping develop world citizens daily. World
That's-
citizens who
that's
care
time.
about the world.
Ms. Yates.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have Caitlin Osborne. Caitlin, if you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Caitlin Osborne, Osborn. I live in North Pole. Tonight I am speaking as a parent of 2 children at Boreal Sun Charter School. My children are in kindergarten and 1st grade. I have also been a teacher at the school since it opened. The school board has been made painfully aware of our school's struggles, but has heard very little of the wonderful things happening every day. Our school creates a warm and welcoming environment for students. The children are welcome as they are, and teachers meet them where they are at. As you walk through the school, you can see that there is joy and happiness living in our school. At this school, my children are able to experience handwork class, where my daughter, who's only in 1st grade, has learned how to knit and is creating her own stuffed animals. And my son, who's in kindergarten, has learned to finger knit and is creating cat toys. I have seen this skill, this intrinsic motivation to create, spread into our home, where she is knitting, sewing, and finger knitting. These fine motor skills will help her and my son with many academic tasks in the future. My children are also exposed to a new language at our school, Spanish. This class allows my children and all of our students to explore new culture and build language skills. Our students are able to go out into the community and learn from our environment. They are able to practice their gross motor skills all winter through outdoor play, skiing, and snowshoeing. They're able to grow with the same teacher for multiple years in a row, creating a strong and caring community within their classroom. Our students are able to explore a variety of creative outlets, including singing, acting, art, and different musical instruments. My children are learning skills that I wish I was taught as a child. Our school is teaching the whole child, not just academics, but important life skills that will help them to be independent and successful adults who can bring forth and contribute their personal strengths to society. Our students, my children, are thriving as the unique individuals they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Tiffany Gifford. Tiffany, if you will state your first name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Gifford. That's Gifford, and I am living in the Fairbanks area. I am speaking today because there's a few misconceptions out there that I just like to clear up. The 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals pointed out in Roberts versus Madigan 1990 that there is a difference between teaching about religion, which is acceptable, and teaching religion, which is not. The National Education Association, the American Federation of Teachers, the National School Boards Association, the Association for Supervision of Curriculum Development, and the Anti-Defamation League, among others, support the following statement. Public schools may not inculcate nor inhibit religion. They must be places where religion and religious conviction are treated with fairness and respect. Public schools uphold the First Amendment when they protect the religious liberty rights of students of all faiths or none. Students demonstrate fairness when they ensure that the curriculum includes study about religion, where appropriate, as an important part of a complete education. The National Council for the Social Studies went so far as to say knowledge about religion is not only characteristic of an educated person, but also absolutely necessary for understanding and living in a world of diversity. Our school's Waldorf-inspired teaching cultivates a culturally rich and diverse understanding of the world unmatched by other pedagogy. By the 8th grade, our students have learned about Native Alaskan spiritual beliefs, the Eightfold Path of the Buddha, the Old Testament, and Judaism, Islam, the teachings of Confucius, the teachings of Zarathustra, and Egyptian, Greek, and Norse mythology. Our dedicated Boreal Sun Charter School teachers have made great efforts to expand on the traditional Waldorf syllabus to include more diverse learning blocks by incorporating stories, literature, and projects that reflect more of the diverse cultures represented in their classrooms. What could be more diverse, more inclusive than the Waldorf model that is above all child-centered, that focuses on and celebrates the individual child. I just wanted to thank you all for listening to me today and for working with our school.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Natasha Prax. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. Natasha Prax, Prax, and I reside in Fairbanks. Was that everything?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a parent, council member, and founder at Boreal Sun Charter. I gave testimony at last year's charter renewal meeting. I am again here to raise concern about the cult-like founders of this school and the spiritual indoctrination within the pedagogy. Unless the charter can be edited or rewritten to become Waldorf inspired, I highly recommend that you do not renew this school's charter. This is largely due to the bullying, retribution, and back-channeling I have witnessed from anthroposophists in even meeting the district's requests of us during the past year. We are losing our head teacher, our only staff member of color, several APC members, and multiple families, mainly due to the destructive and self-serving power dynamics of the group of founders and anthroposophist teachers and their alarming ideals. These ideals are consistently held above all else. I'm continually hearing from the teachers, but what did the teachers think? And while I steadfastly support educators, the culture in this school is so toxic due to the power dynamics. The anthroposophist teachers are seemingly held on a pedestal, at times above the needs of parents and students. This school appears to be a haven for teachers who want to worship Steiner and practice Waldorf. There is no room for adjustment or discussion when parents have concern. It is a very top-down mentality. In the last public APC meeting, one of these teachers was adamant that he will continue teaching as he wishes, upholding Steiner until he is fired, blatantly disregarding parent and community input of Steiner's ideology within the pedagogy. The school's statement of disavowal of Steiner's harm, as was promised to the school board, has been actively resisted and thwarted by a great deal of the staff. This is due to the leadership of this core group of anthroposophists. The Public Alliance for Public Waldorf Education requires in its membership, and in order to be called a public Waldorf school and use the term Waldorf, that the school participate in self-reflection, asking ourselves these questions about our relationships with Steiner and anthroposophy. This group of purist anthroposophists do not want to participate in dialogue. Thank you.
That is time. Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Thank you, Ms. Prax, for your testimony tonight and your follow-up from last year. If I remember correctly, last year as you raised concerns, you also had mentioned that you were very pleased with the education your child or children were getting. Is that still the case this year as a school of choice? Are you looking to change location for your students?
At this time, we have pulled one child because remote learning through the district actually worked well for him on a one-on-one basis. We still have our older daughter enrolled. She has an excellent teacher who is someone who I find participates in the curriculum in the best way, and I fully trust this instructor. And this instructor actively has dialogue with parents about the problematic nature of Rudolf Steiner and anthroposophy. As long as this teacher is there, we plan to stay at the school.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Johanna Ray. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify. Johanna Ray? All right, Johanna Ray.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. If you'll state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Johanna Ray, last name R-A-Y, and reside in Fairbanks, Alaska. So this is just a shout out to our family school, Boreal Sun. I also represent the silent majority at Boreal Sun. We're very happy with their educational experience here. We have 4 children currently enrolled, and my oldest daughter just graduated from 8th grade there last year. She's currently an honor roll student at Hutch High School. Our experience at Boreal Sun has overall been an enriching, positive experience. Anytime I've had questions or objections to curriculum, my children's teachers have been receptive and acted appropriately. There have been some comments, as we've heard, about inappropriate Christian content or anthroposophy in the curriculum. I respectfully disagree. Any religious content is always presented from a historical art or literature context. I've never felt they were being indoctrinated with religious content. There is no more Christian history taught than there is on the origin of Hindu, Islam, or Norse mythology. And that is what I love about Waldorf, celebrating diversity in the true sense. I am not an expert, but I see no evidence of anthroposophy being taught in our school or curriculum, and my children have been taught by 7 or more different teachers over 5 years at our school. I've also personally spoken with many of the staff there to ask them if they were anthroposophists, and was told that they are not, even though I don't feel that's our place to ask the personal religious beliefs of our instructors, as long as they don't bring it to the classroom. I have no problem with any religion of my children's instructors. Our family wishes Boreal Sun to continue as a Waldorf-inspired public Waldorf school. Excuse me. We love Boreal Sun. My children are mixed Caucasian American Indian heritage, so we really appreciate the Native-inspired art and Alaska Native culture that are incorporated into the curriculum. It has been a welcoming, inclusive, place-based, and nurturing environment for our family. I believe it to be a positive example to our community. Thank you for your time. Sorry, I just ran up a set of stairs. I'm out of breath.
No, it's okay. We appreciate you coming into or calling in and testifying. Thank you for that
your time.
testimony. Next, we have Ben Johnson. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Ben Johnson. Last name is spelled Johnsson. I live in the, not in the Fairbanks city, but kind of in the college area, I guess. We've got, our family has 3 kids enrolled at Boreal Sun. We've found the education there to be great. We actually, during this pandemic, kind of went the other way. A lot of people were pulling their kids out for homeschooling, and we moved from homeschooling into Boreal Sun because of the opportunities it provided, the community dynamic. And although last year was a little rough, this year with all the kids in has been really great. I can't say that there haven't been some disagreements over the schools, over masks and different stuff, but all the teachers and all the staff that we've talked with was very respectful on both sides of that issue. And then the other issues with the, I can't pronounce it right, but the apostrophe or apostrophe, I can't pronounce it right, I'm sorry. But with that issue, both in individual meetings with our 3 different teachers or kids teachers, and in parent nights where there's lots of parents along with the teachers. We've discussed some of these issues and brought up, and there's been questions asked, and I think the teachers, the staff have really been open and really brought out some difficult subjects to discuss, and really tried in both individual and group settings to allow people to bring up concerns and honest. And in none of those settings, we haven't heard anything brought up. I mean, I understand it could be awkward for someone to bring it up in such a setting, but in any case, it's been a great school. Our kids are doing great reading. They're involved with, they're doing their different subjects, their drama, their singing. It's really exciting to see kind of the community dynamic there that the kids have been in. We miss homeschooling them, but it was a really great opportunity, and we're glad we're taking it. So I definitely appreciate it if you guys would support the charter.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That's your time. Our next person to testify is Deborah Bennett by Zoom. Ms. Bennett, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name, spell your last name, and your area of residence.
Okay, my name is Deborah Bennett. My last name is Bennett. I'm from Fairbanks.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Dear school board and members of our community, a mentor of mine reminded me recently that the Waldorf movement is at a threshold. She said that we must move away from polarization and toward growth and change together. When so much turmoil was dividing our school this year, no one knew how to quiet the overwhelming noise and just listen. I really believe we have learned a lot since then. I've learned so much from talking with several school board members, such as that we need to fix our own problems because we have it in us to do that, rather than relying on the school board to step in every time we have a problem. Often, I've felt like we were failing, but now I think that we were failing forward. And in this way, if we keep working together, I think we'll succeed. My mentor suggested that we work more closely with staff and the parent community and the school neighborhood until we are living and breathing the work, as opposed to believing we could solve our problems by meeting once a month. I'm asking that you give us a chance in this next year to build on what we have learned. I'm beginning to understand that we must continue to live in the tension, that place between what we are doing wrong and what we are accomplishing. Please don't give up on us. Let us become an asset instead of a liability. The founder of our Waldorf education, Rudolf Steiner, often spoke of the dignity of all human beings. He once said, "A healthy social life is found only when in the mirror of each soul, the whole community finds its reflection. And when in the whole community, the virtue of each one is living." Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Tuttle, is James McDonald?
I do not see him back on.
Okay, thank you. We still have time. Is there anyone present that would like to testify? If you'll come up, state your first name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Brandy Hardy, Harty, and I reside in Fairbanks. I am here today to show my support of the Boreal Sun Charter School and the request for to renew their charter, and also that their charter amendments be approved. Today, I spent my day painting faces at the school's Mayfair, and this evening was spent watching my son's 3rd grade play. These are only 2 of the myriad of events that have been held at this last month, welcoming the Boreal Sun community into our school. The Boreal Sun community is strongly invested in the success of our students and our school. While we may not always see eye to eye on every issue that faces us, the one thing that we all agree on is that we want to continue to help create a school that at its core is uniquely child-centered. We have only had the privilege of calling Boreal Sun our school for the last 2 years, but what a difference those 2 years have made in the lives and education of my children. I know that next year we will have our hurdles with bringing in a new principal and the regular growing pains of a newish charter school, but I am confident in the direction our APC is heading and wholeheartedly believe that our school deserves a chance to work through those challenges together next year and for many more years to come. And since I have a few minutes, I also want to say thank you to Ms. Helker, because she will be so very missed, and she has been a wonderful leader through a very difficult time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any other testimonies? If you'll come up, state your first name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, my name is Susan Current, and my last name is spelled KerngT. I live in the Fairbanks area. I've been on the APC of Boreal Sun Charter School for ever since the beginning. I'm a teacher at Boreal Sun also. I've been teaching ever since the beginning. I just want to address a few outspoken individuals in our community that have claimed that most all of our teachers at Boreal Sun are anthroposophists. Well, I think that's really an inaccurate statement, because most of our teachers didn't even know what the word meant until all of this came up, much less were able to pronounce it, just like one of our family members that recently was spoken. And I think it's really important for the board to know that when we have in public meetings outspoken individuals saying that we need to root out all the anthroposophists in our school, I feel like, is it some sort of a witch hunt? Or why would anybody want to go into someone's individual spirituality and say you can't believe whatever it is? And not to say, I can't even think of any true anthroposophists in our school. I've been there for many years and I don't claim that, and I know there's most people at our school are just beginning to understand maybe what is anthroposophy. And anthroposophy comes from as far back as 1500, and it's the study of the wisdom of man used by many philosophers. And so when I hear that no one's ever come around and pulled anybody in our school, any teachers, and when I hear these comments about most of our teachers are studying or working with anthroposophy, it is so very untrue. I can say I can't think of anyone that's that deep-rooted that they would call themselves an anthroposophist in our school, because it's a pretty deep-rooted belief, and it's pretty far out there. So just to clear that up, I would really appreciate that. And I think, okay, yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any others that would like to testify? Come on up, state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Green, Green, and I live in the Fairbanks area. I'm a parent of a first grader at Boreal Sun, and I'm also on the APC, but I'm speaking in my parent role. Our charter specifies that our school practices public Waldorf. It's become clear that there's a disagreement in our school community about what it means to be a public Waldorf school. Traditional Waldorf education does rely on a spiritual understanding of child development based on Steiner's spiritual philosophy called anthroposophy. Recently, our school made an important step of specifically disavowing the elements of traditional Waldorf education that are not supported by time, research, real-world application, and current understandings of child developmental psychology. This is an important step that our school has taken as we continue to wrestle with the role of anthroposophy in our school. It's necessary that this process continue, but I ask for your support to renew our contract and give us the opportunity to continue to develop a shared school community understanding of public Waldorf and embody this unique educational experience for our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further testimonies for this evening, for this topic?
President Luke?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. James just got online. Mr. McDonald, James McDonald just got online.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. James McDonald, if you will state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, I'm James McDonald, McDonald, and I live in Fairbanks. I've been a teacher at Boreal Sun Charter School since the school began, and in the past year, there have been people who have accused our school of teaching spirituality and prejudice. I'm here to say that that's untrue, and to tell you how I know it's untrue. Our school has a grievance process. If a parent is unhappy with something that is happening in the school, that parent would first talk to the teacher. If then that conversation didn't resolve the issue, the parent would next talk to the head teacher and the teacher. If still that conversation didn't resolve the issue, the parent would finally file a grievance with the APC, and that grievance would be addressed. That's our grievance process. So how many grievances have been brought to teachers? 0. How many have been brought to the head teacher and the teacher? None. And how many have been brought to the APC? Not one. This means that not a single one of these claims has been investigated, been discussed. I say this because you might assume that when a person comes to you with these kinds of accusations, that person has gone through at least part of the grievance process. They haven't. These people have been jumping far ahead of the process, making accusations in APC meetings, DEIB meetings, and school board meetings. They are knowingly defaming our wonderful school and wasting your time. If their accusations have any validity, these people should be following the grievance process, but they refuse to. So if any person comes to you with these accusations, I would respectfully ask that you ask that person if he or she has gone through the grievance process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I saw someone raise their hand that they would like to testify. If you'll come up, state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lorna Tyson. I'm a parent of 2 children that have gone through Boreal Sun. I'm also the acting chair of the Friends of Boreal Sun.
Could you bring the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
I didn't prepare very much, but I just want to say that Boreal Sun has been a wonderful environment for my children. I was attracted to the school because of the Waldorf principles. One takeaway for my oldest, who's now a sophomore in high school, is the critical thinking skills that are taught, that he brought from Boreal Sun to high school. I hear a lot of the negativity in the school. I haven't found that. I think it's a wonderful environment, focusing on the social and emotional skills. I highly suggest that you recommend the contract. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any further testimony? If you'll state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Is it on? Okay, hi. My name is Cinia Bruner. Last name is Brunner, and I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm speaking with you tonight as one of the founding members of Boreal Sun. Since its inception, I've been heavily involved in the school and the parent community group. I've been a member and the chair of the FOB, the Friends of Boreal Sun. And this last year, I have served as an APC member, currently vice chair. And what I can tell you is our APC is learning, much as you guys have said over and over, like this is a learning process. We're on the curve. I don't think yet we've hit the top. And we have a lot of outgoing members and new members hopefully coming in. We will hopefully take advantage of AASB's trainings so that we can come up to speed and be the best we can be. But I wanted to take the remaining 1 minute to talk about where anthroposophy lives in our school. It is not taught to our students. It never has been, and I don't think it's ever been accused that it's coming out in curriculum in a overt way. But where concern is being voiced is our teacher trainings often go to anthroposophy or anthroposophical based trainings, and that is how it comes in. I have spoken to every single teacher this year. I've had the opportunity to observe them all over the last 5 years that I've been here, and I have no qualms about any of the teachers. Where my qualms are institutionally. We're still finding our ground, and we're still defining for our school where our frameworks are. I don't think I ever understood the importance of those so that we could all fall back on them collectively and collaboratively instead of these individual tensions that have happened. We are learning, and for that, I ask that you give us another year to try. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Anybody?
Any further testimony? Seeing none, testimony is now closed. All right. If you would like to come up and the time is yours.
Great.
Well, thank you all. It's good to see you. I'm Elizabeth Hilker. I am the head teacher at Boreal Sun Charter School, and I'm at the end of my 4th year being head teacher at Boreal Sun, and today was the best day. Today was my best day ever at Boreal Sun. We had our Mayfair celebration. It was extended by our wonderful parent community group. They took over the entire coordination, planning, scheduling, and they added onto our maypole singing and dancing tradition activities, Mayfair activities with crafts, and like Brandy said, hours of face painting. I almost came to you tonight with my face painted, but I decided not to. And also field game days or field day games in the park across the street. So we had the best weather that you could ask for, and it was a picture perfect Mayfair celebration that took our entire half day, as well as picnic lunch thrown in there at the end. So we are back on track with being a community, and it feels wonderful after 2 years and 1 quarter of really limiting and restricting that kind of activity. I want to highlight a few things in the annual report that you have received. I think one of the most important things that we were able to do this year in terms of student achievement was to add a support staff who we were able to implement the multiple tiered system of supports intervention. And that was our support staff who was added with CARES grant funding. So at this point, we do not have that in our funding in our budget for next year to continue that without that CARES grant funding. But it has been significant and remarkable. So that's something that I think that the school will strive for, to be able to add that position in the future. I want to add to my report too that we had a 97% return rate of families and students who are going to return back to Boreal Sun at this point. And we are not fully enrolled for next year. We have openings in our 7th and 8th grade class, but all the other classes are fully enrolled and have wait lists. And we did add our neighborhood preference, and we are continuing to get families who are learning about our neighborhood preference and coming and asking and becoming a part of our school, which was a goal. A couple of things that I want to highlight of our happenings this year. We also added breakfast and lunch through nutritional services, and we have a charter school assistant who has headed that up all year and done an incredible job. Because of our kitchen situation, we are able to have fresh fruit, and that has been a delight. And we just yesterday got our commercial dishwasher that we added to our kitchen, so that will help next year with the nutritional services lunches and breakfast program. We have wonderful parents who are fairly new to our school in the past couple of years and are coming with great energy and helped us add to our clubs and things that we're able to offer that are extracurricular to the school day. And so we had an amazing group of parents who came together, and for the first year we were able to participate in Battle of the Books. And we had kindergarten through 8th grade. We had parents who were, sometimes you're like, where do you come from with all of this great ability to be creative and really add to what they were doing. So all of our parents did much more than just lead their Battle of the Books groups. They had lessons and activities and games and all kinds of active activity going on with that. And I do have to say that our students who chose to compete did quite well. So that was exciting for their first debut. We also added a ski club, again, brought up by by parents, and they said, can we do this? And we have a couple of staff who said, yes, I'll help you with it. And it was an amazing, I think we had 70, 80, 90 students skiing after school, a couple days a week, into a couple weeks ago at the park across the street. And we had students who had never skied before love skiing. So so that was just another, parents brought it up and we were able to accommodate, an incredible effort. We've been able to return to our festivals, and we added, we didn't really add, we were just able to revisit. And so you have that there. And again, today, the Mayfair was one of our wonderful festivals. We invited guest speakers back into our school again, and we had a couple of incredible people who were able to share traditional storytelling and some other expertise. We had a great showing at Up With Art, and we just recently returned to our Friday assemblies, which in the past 2 weeks, we've been able to gather as a whole school on Friday mornings. And there's a class or two who hosts, and they have a presentation of something that they're doing in their class, and it's been a roar. Students love seeing each other and seeing what everybody's doing in their classes. Class plays, you heard about another one tonight. We kind of have had daily class play performances of all of our classes in the spring, and we were able to return to class trips. 8th grade just returned from a 5-day trip down to Moose Pass and Seward, and 5th grade just got in today. They were out at Twin Bears for a couple nights. And we had a great 8th grade presentation of their independent projects, and we will hold graduation for them tomorrow night, which is the first in-person graduation that we've had in a couple of years. I want to move on to professional development, and again, you have the details in your packet, but we did follow through with diversity, equity, inclusion, professional development outlined in our plan that we talked about last May at the renewal, and was requested by you all that we follow through with those trainings. We recently have returned to in-building pickup at dismissal, and that's a big deal at our school because it's a time to exchange and greet and have a little bit of conversation with everybody. And we had volunteers back in the school regularly this year. And aside from that, we did pass our Steiner statement at our April APC, no, sorry, just a couple weeks ago at our May APC meeting. And one other, I think, highlight is that our parent community group was renamed from Parent Leadership Group, and that has taken a lot of thought and a lot of concerns, and a lot went into that. I know it sounds like a minor thing, but there was a lot of discussion and reflection that. And it represents a different feel for the group. And that is open, everyone in our community is part of the parent community group, all families. So with that, take questions.
Before I turn time over to the board, is there anything that administration would like to add?
I would like to just thank the Boreal Sun community for the work that they've done and the changes to the bylaws that you find here in your packet. I do want to express a concern that I have about one of the particular bylaws noted here. We're talking about the contract.
We're not at the bylaws yet.
Oh, sorry. Contract, no comments.
Okay. I saw Ms. Marati's hand go up.
Thank you, and just a heads up, I have a lot of questions. Shocked. I'll just go down the list. Are grievances confidential?
Yes.
So that being said, how would Mr. McDonald know how many grievances have been filed?
If there was something that was brought to APC, someone might know, but only because we would go into executive session.
So only if he was on the APC in an executive session and therefore breaching that session confidentiality.
And if it was revealed that we were going into executive session to address a grievance.
Okay, thank you. I can ask more, or I can wait my turn.
Go ahead and ask 2 more, and then we'll move on to the next.
Okay. I saw that your APC, and many people have mentioned, approved the statement denouncing Rudolf Steiner, sorry, the founder of Waldorf and anthroposophy. So how has this been implemented in the school, and how is it being received by the staff and families of the school?
So it was just adopted by or just approved by the APC the first Wednesday of May. So the idea is to implement it into the school in the upcoming year, and to have facilitated discussions about defining Waldorf at Boreal Sun. What does Waldorf mean at Boreal Sun? And so that would be, this is opening the door to those discussions. And then you asked about parents and, how was it received? It's been mixed, yes.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, some staff and families were in support of the statement, and so they feel like this is important and an important step forward. And some staff are defending defending anthroposophy and Steiner's influence.
Okay. Did you say yes?
And one more,
Okay.
and then we'll move on.
Let's see. Is Boreal Sun using public funds for staff to attend trainings from institutions that also teach anthroposophy?
Yes, because those are our options. So what we have thought about doing, which I hope I'm going to, so as you heard, I'm not returning back to Boreal Sun next year. I'm going to another program in the district. But what I am recommending for the person who moves into this role is to move forward with a great idea to identify somebody who we could work with to come to us and do trainings with our staff who would know exactly what we are as a Waldorf-inspired school, and have our trainings be specific to the methodologies of Waldorf.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as the head teacher, you serve as both the face and the spokesperson and for the school. And originally, I was hesitant to vote yes on this motion, and that had to do issues regarding the APC and not your program. But after reflection, I found that it would be extremely unfair to both you and the staff and the families. My opinion is that the staff at Boreal has had to endure the line of fire that has been brought on, in my opinion, by issues with the APC, of which is out of your control. If my memory serves me, I don't recall any testimony contrary to internal matters at the school that resulted in a student being pulled. Actually, I've heard nothing but praise and to both the head teacher, yourself, and the staff there from families. I haven't heard of any parents pulling their kids out. I've heard nothing but positive things about your school and the program that you're running there. And for that reason, I wish you the best. I'm glad that you're still in the district. Thank you for staying with us. And I hope you can have a lasting effect and just leave some benefiting factors for the next people coming in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to be able to take this opportunity to say that this is my 22nd year with the district, and I feel so grateful and fortunate that I have been with the Fairbanks School District. It has been an incredible lifestyle and incredible learning and incredible support by the administration of this district. And I do plan on staying until 30 years.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I think you answered my question about the professional training. That was a question that I had also. And I would just like to thank you for your leadership and that you took on the exercise that the board tasked you with and that you stayed the course to bring that about, to make sure that it could be done. And I commend you for that. And I'm glad that you are staying with our district. And, you know, I think the work that you've done at the school and what you've endured at the school has been very taxing on you personally. And just hope you just take some self-care and, you know, refocus as you know, go into a new year. We had a presentation before our board by one of your staff persons. Is that person still on staff? I don't think you guys were aware of the presentation. We had a big document handed to us with blocks of things that weren't done. And so is that person still part of the staff, or and are they coming along, or what is the status there?
I believe that you're talking about a couple of board meetings ago, and it was kind of a chart. Right, so, and that was during a public testimony? Okay. No, that person retired from the district, I believe 2 years ago, and is not a staff member at our school and is not on any of our boards. So is a community member. Yeah.
Okay, that's clear now. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And I want to say thank you for your comments and your compliments. But I also want to say that the work that we were able to accomplish this year on the DEI initiatives, I want to credit the members of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Council who were put together and who worked many hours, many meetings, many long meetings, and a lot of work in between those meetings to help and support and make sure that those things happen too.
I have Mrs. Smith and then Ms. Marati.
Can I move that we extend to 9:30?
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, we are extended to 9:30.
Thank you. I'll be voting in favor of this motion. The reason being that I find most of all of this testimony irrelevant to the question at hand, which is, do we enter into a financial and policy contract with the school? They haven't performed inappropriately in their financial or policy relations with us, and so I'll be voting yes.
Ms. Marati?
Is the school still applying to or subscribing to the Alliance? And if so, how is this possible?
That is a conversation that has started and needs to continue into next year. So I have been working closely with the Alliance. The Alliance is aware of our statement approval, and so is looking at that. But we were working on the pathway to membership this year, and we got our self-reflection completed, except for I believe 2 of the principles that did have to do with the spirit of the soul of the child. And so defining that for our school is part of those discussions that need to happen in the future. And so that's to be determined.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I have some concerns with the Alliance core principle that states that Steiner's insights are seen as the primary source of guidance if your APC has agreed to denounce Steiner. So it seems challenging, to say the least. Okay, so Bessie Green mentioned public Waldorf, and then you and Natasha Prax both mentioned Waldorf inspired versus just a traditional Waldorf school. Can you talk about those? And is the APC considering to use those options in material and outreach and their bylaws?
Right. And so I'll talk briefly about it because that is, again, something that needs to be defined in these conversations to be had. So public Waldorf would be something that is, what's the word I'm looking for? Approved. It would be a part of the pathway to membership with the Alliance. So calling yourself a public Waldorf school is a watermark that a school would receive, almost like an accreditation with the Alliance for Public Waldorf Education. Whereas Waldorf inspired means that in general, again, needs to be defined for our school, but that lends itself more to having inspirations of even just the Waldorf methodology and not of the more philosophical tenements, and then adopting those.
May I follow up?
Yes.
And so you mentioned earlier Waldorf inspired. Is this where you, in your professional opinion, think that the school should go? You can decline to answer if that's too much for you.
Yeah, I would like to decline things. And part of it is because I think that we need to have a clear definition of what that is, and in the school community understand that, and I guess even agree on the definition.
I know that Lucia's here with the APC, or maybe you can answer for them. Is this on the APC's timeline? When are these conversations going to happen? Yeah.
You have to hold it. There you go.
Soon. We have a lot on our plate, and this is probably top 3 things that we have to do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming up here and stating that.
Sure.
I have 2 more questions, but I can hold until.
I'm going to put you back in the queue.
Yep.
Because we have some people. We have Mr. Sampson and then Mr. Doran.
I'll hold my question.
All right, we have Mr. Doran, we have Ms. Marati, Ms. Smith, and I'm going to put myself in the queue as well.
Okay, just want to say I appreciate the report, and I will be fully supportive of the contract renewal, and that our main topic, as I see it, is with this contract itself. And I happen to have gone back to listen to the full audio when the board originally approved the charter for Boreal Sun, and all the discussions around there. And I am fully convinced that listening to that and seeing you in operation and the reports over the years and other times to the board, you're well in keeping with that. And it's one thing to propose and start up a school. It's another thing to go through the growing process of keeping it going, and as it grows and staff changes and stuff like this, and I think you're well on the way. So I just want to say that I'm fully supportive of this contract, and that I think our focus really needs to be on the idea of doing this contract. And leave you to work out the details that are still well in keeping with the original charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati, then Mrs. Smith, and then myself.
So I want to thank you for taking on the items that the board requested last year and standing up against what we've been told is a lot of bullying and challenges from a lot of angles. But since you've done that, how have the diversity statistics changed since last year?
In terms of our student population, there's been a slight increase in our diversity. Yeah, I looked at that in comparison in writing the report.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. I think we also, if I remember correctly, we talked briefly about staff diversity. Have you seen a change in that as well?
No.
Do you have plans, or, well, you won't, while you're there, and then does the APC have plans to address that?
The staff didn't really change from last year. We had some internal transfers, so we didn't have an opportunity to choose people. We will be hiring for 2 positions.
Yeah, we
Mhm.
support staff.
Yeah, okay.
You're hiring 2 positions?
Yeah, principal. And
a middle school
and,
teacher.
Yeah, 7th
Yeah.
grade.
Okay. I have one more question, and then I think that's it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, and I asked this to another charter school earlier, does Boreal Sun have any waivers that we need to be aware of?
We do, but I don't have those memorized. I can pull out my computer and look them up because we have a short list. It's part of our charter, and you have the charter. It's usually it's in everybody's charter.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Smith?
I like to call the question.
Since we have 2 people in the queue, I'd like to allow those 2 people to finish and then go to the vote. If that's okay with, yep. I just wanted to say, this will be very quick. It has been in the public quite a bit. Your charter has been approved by the state of Alaska. And is there growth and positive changes that can be made? Absolutely. I've seen nothing but improvements. I've seen nothing but working hard. Such as the comments that have already been made, I am in support of this for the fact that improvement is constant, movement and forward movement is constantly being made. And I think that's very vital as we talk about education. We are constantly improving, we're constantly finding our weaknesses and working on making those strengths. And every testimony that I've had from parents has said, I might not agree with 1 or 2 things. However, the impact, the positive impact that is having on my student is invaluable. And so I wanted to say thank you for that. And as promised, that was very short and sweet to the point. So thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you and that I'd like to call the question.
Perfect. Ms. Tuttle?
Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Perfect. Next on the list, you'll just stay right there. Approval of Boreal Sun Charter School Charter Revisions. Core value, maintain high expectation and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. The proposed changes to the Boreal Sun Charter School Charter relate to its bylaws. The proposed changes would revise its Academic Policy Committee, APC, election process, define the membership of the APC, and revise the terms of APC members. The Boreal Sun Academic Policy Committee has approved the changes. The proposed revisions are now before the school board for approval. Do I have a motion?
I'm ready to make the motion, but I do have a question. Can I ask before I make the motion? Because it's one word reference. To
Yes.
make sure it's accurate.
Yes.
The actual thing before us is a revision to the bylaws. They are part of the charter, so should the motion be that we're looking at changes to the charter school bylaws rather than charter? Okay, I will go ahead and make my motion as I think it should be. I don't think it changes the sense of where we're at. Move to approve the proposed changes to the Boreal Sun Charter School bylaws related to the Academic Policy Committee, APC election process, membership of the APC, and terms of APC members.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Before we move to you, are there any members in the audience, because no one signed up, is there any public testimony? Seeing none, public testimony is closed.
Right, and I'm actually gonna, can you hear me? I'm gonna ask Ms. Bruner to come up and join us for this portion. So you have the bylaws changes with the underlined in bold is the language change. We have been asked to So the way that we were doing elections is how you do elections when when your school hasn't started and you don't have a parent community to draw from to have an election. So the way that we were doing elections, or the way that we were getting new board members onto our APC, was a temporary way of getting board members onto your APC, which would have been the initial year. And then we're past due to move into this kind of community election. So that was the reason for the bylaws change.
So last August, I sat in front of you and I said the reason that I got onto the APC was specifically to change the bylaws, among other reasons, but that was a priority for me personally.
Could we get the microphone a little closer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So to repeat, my priority in getting onto the Academic Policy Committee was to change the nature of our elections. So Senior Bruner and I were elected by the existing APC, and to me that did not feel correct. We need to make sure that our community has buy-in to the choices that the Academic Policy Committee makes as the governing body of the school. So the bylaws that you have in front of you reflect that. If you pass these bylaws, we will end up with a APC of 11 members, 6 of whom will be parents from the parent community, 3 staff members, and then we have a member from our DEIB community and a member that would represent, we called it a mentor position, but somebody who could guide us with Waldorf practices.
Before we turn to the board for questions, Mrs. Moline, anything from administration?
Yes, a couple of things just for clarification for the public and for all of us. The contract that we just voted in is a fiscal and administrative relationship with the charter school. It is the way that the charter school and the district are going to interact on fiscal policy differences, which if there are some, you'll see them in your waiver. So it's a more of a fiscal administrative relationship. What we're talking about here is the charter school setup itself. So just to clarify that, sometimes they get melded together. And I think it's important when we talk about the contract, we know what we're talking about. And when we talk about the actual changing of what you have language in your original charter and how you were set up, that's something different. So just for that clarification for everyone. So with the changes in the bylaws, I appreciate your work. It was a lot of work and things to pick through. So I appreciate that. I do have a couple of, well, just one concern about what I see in the makeup of the APC, and that's that you have appointed members that have decision-making voting authority. And my concern around that is that the purpose of an elected body is that they're elected and they have the decision-making authority. When you have appointed people, especially when they're appointed by a specific group, then you kind of dilute the power of an elected body. So that's just my observation and a little bit of my concern about what I see here. But
I can appreciate that. I think that our intention was to help address some of the concerns that were raised last year by our BIPOC community about representation, and to bring those voices in a way that was that gave them a true voice and not just an advisory voice. As the person who worked on writing the bylaws, I think maybe the word appointed is unclear, but those two seats would be elected by different, they would be elected by the DEIB, they would be elected by the APC members. So maybe the choice of words there is not ideal.
So thank you for that clarity. That's very helpful. And my concern being that there was no electoral process for people on the board, and that would, like I said, kind of dilute the idea behind an elected body. So that was all that I had for the input and the changes.
All right, thank you. We have Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I will not be supporting approving these bylaw changes for the reason that Ms. Moline stated. The DEIB is not elected, and then having a not elected board appoint someone with voting power is not appropriate for a body like your APC. Actually, in a way, usurps the authority of this board on many issues. So the membership of your school are left without any elected representation, and your APC is to be elected by them to fill that role. And any members who are voting need to be elected. You'll see our board, we have appointed members, they don't have a vote. They have an advisory vote. And a recommendation that I could make for if this board declines to approve these bylaws at this time for a change would be for the different groups, the DEIB, the APC, to put forward recommendations, but that the membership still needs to have their own voices heard regarding whether they want that person to represent them or not. So I will not be supporting the bylaw changes for that reason.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you guys have put in terms of this. And I know part of this is an outgrowth of the training that AASB provided last fall. That's for the listening public, it's the Alaska Association of School Boards, to work to bring your APC process into where it should be. However, I do have two major concerns. One is regarding the fact that you have 2 people, voting members, who are not elected. Yes, they're selected by a specific group. Those groups are also not elected. And so my concern is whether this is really in keeping, and the administration might have something to weigh in on this, in keeping with the guidelines of what a public elected board would be. You know, part of that is Open Meetings Act, and I know you've had conversations, and we've worked on this. I've had conversations with some of you that it's been months in process. But I do have a major concern that really these are advisory pieces, and I really encourage that inclusion, just as the value for us to have a student advisory vote, to have military advisory votes. That input is extremely important to us, but as elected officials, we have certain responsibilities. And I think this sidesteps that a little bit, not intentionally in a bad way, but it just by the nature of it. The other real concern that I had was the idea that if there are really 9 elected members, but that on page 2 you say that if it falls below 7 members, then the APC would do an appointment for those vacancies until the next election. Until the next election is perfect. You know, I mean, that's the norm. The concern that I have is why, if you think 9 members, elected members, is important, you would wait. You wouldn't just go ahead and fill those. Why would you wait to get down to 6? You know, there are voices that might be specifically lost in your APC. And I do want to just say, within the APC, you are the local board. I mean, we have oversight and we have those types of things. But by state law, it's the APC that does make those determinations for within their parameters for Boreal Sun or for any charter school. So those are my 2 concerns. As such, I am not really supportive of this. I'm trying to balance out in that I'd like you to come back with, you know, however the board vote goes. I mean, I would like to come back, because I think you're on the right track. I do think those are 2 specifically problematic things, and I don't know, and the administration, because you've been monitoring state law and guidance on charter schools, if indeed that is not just, if it would be inappropriate to have non-elected members from what we've been discussing in the past year, non-elected members as full voting members. So I want to make sure we're in keeping with state law and department regulations. But beyond just, I do think it's not a good practice.
So I'll just add quickly to that. State law doesn't prohibit it, but as has been commented here before already, it is, you know, it does come into question when you're talking about an elected board. But there is no state law that would prohibit an appointed member from having a vote.
So it would be helpful to have direction from the board. The state law also says that APC members should be made up of parents of the community, the school community, and teachers from that school community, but there's no clarity about whether that's the ceiling or the floor. Like, is that the minimum? Yeah, or the maximum? Could we have members from outside that community? We would like to do that. There's precedent at other charter schools to have members outside the community, and I believe there's precedent at other charter schools to have voting members outside the community. I'm not sure about appointment, but I don't think that we would be the very first in the state of Alaska to do that.
So to clarify this point, when you say the ceiling or the floor, as I read the charter school laws and regulations in the state, that is a minimum expectation that there be parents and staff on the board, but it doesn't limit it to that.
Okay.
So that's how I read that, to say in the state statute that would be the floor.
Mr. Doran, if I can ask, it sounds like your concern with the minimum number is that we would wait until we had less than 7 before appointing, and I don't know that that's what the intention is. I think the intention is that we could appoint if we got below 9, if we had a slate, no?
It doesn't actually say May, so that is a good suggestion.
Sorry, I can't hear. If you pull the mic a little
Yeah,
closer.
sorry about that. I didn't mean to mumble. You're correct. It should say something like May, that we could choose, if the membership drops, we could choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
So
wanna-
I'm
I don't wanna
taking
tell
your,
you how to-
I'm taking your point. I think it's a
Right.
very good
Yeah,
one.
and I don't want to tell you how to do it, but I think most times when a vacancy occurs, I mean, if a vacancy is there, the APC can appoint, up to the, the next election period. But you want to have full board, so.
Mr. Sampson, did you have another question? Mr. Doran?
Go ahead, and then come back to me if you would.
I'm in the queue as well after Mr. Sampson.
Thanks. I'm going to piggyback on that. The term may, in my mind, doesn't come close to addressing the issue that there's an upset in the balance of power. For starters, there's an upset in the balance of power when you have people invited into a room, mentor seats, tribal seats, DEIB members, half of which, or most of them, aren't even elected. They're appointed, and they're not elected by teachers and staff and parents. They're just like, I guess they're elected by the people that happen to be on the APC at the time, and I don't find that to be transparent. I don't find that to be fair. Why would you not open up? First off, I don't even agree necessarily with a DEIB or tribal seat or a mentor seat. If you need a mentor, get a mentor. And I don't know if your mentor needs to be, sounds like you need a mentor at school, not on the APC. Like why the Waldorf APC mentor? I don't understand. But the issue is when you have 6 people, when you go down to 6 people, and now all of a sudden you've got 3 or 4, however many it is you have on here, that in my opinion are unfairly placed. You lose the balance. The balance structure is lost. And so when the terminology is may, it may as well say we're going to wait as long as we want to wait so that we can offset that balance of power. Even if I didn't, if that you end up getting what I disagree with, which is a mentor seat and a tribal seat and a DIB seats, you should fill those vacancies right away. Like what was said, if you think 9 is important to have, if there's a value there, which there should be, the more people that you add, all these outside interests, the more that the staff needs to be heard and the more value needs to be placed on the students and their families. Those are the people in your school. I don't have an issue, who's got, people are going to say, oh, that guy hates Alaska Natives or something. I mean, that's crazy, but when we talk about tribal seats, I've heard it in some of our
Point of order.
subcommittees. What's the point?
He's asking what your point of order was on.
I feel like this discussion is not in order of what the motion is about, and it's getting inappropriate.
Let's stay on topic with the seat.
Yeah, the seats. That's what I'm talking about. The Alaska Native seat. That's the tribal seat. That's what I'm referring to here. And so when someone says they don't think there should be a tribal seat on there, I would simply say, you know, you could argue there could be if you have a large population that's represented in your school that has any relation to tribal. But as I see it, your Hispanic demographic is at 7.5% as opposed to American Indian, Alaska Native only at 4%. So if you want to be equitable, you know, why wouldn't we have a Spanish seat on the APC also? But anyhow, the issue that I have with it, and I guess there is latitude in the state statute. It doesn't say that you're to be restricted, but I guess it's all in how you look at it. My recommendation would be simply look around to John Carlson's, the language from John, or just just put all the charter schools deals in a hat and pull it out and just copy and paste it. And I think that you won't have any issues for me. I feel like the wheel's being reinvented here, and for that reason, I'm not going to support this tonight.
There was, in fact, a lot of copying and pasting from other charter schools, so
I had myself in the queue, then Mr. Doran, Ms. Marati, and then Mrs. Smith. I echo the concern of administration. My one concern is having non-elected voting members. I think having appointed member is great, wonderful. We've got 3 appointed members here that are actively engaged in our board meetings and have great perspective. We leaned heavily on Colonel Williamson with the renaming of Anderson Crawford as he went through and did all the historical review of the naming of buildings. I am just very cautious about having non-elected members that are voting members on the voting APC that makes determinations for the school without having all members within that community have the opportunity to vote for all the voting members. And for that one particular reason, I would have to go with a no vote for that portion tonight. Mr. Doran.
Thank you. And just a little bit of addition to what I've said is, you know, I've been trying to figure it out, is that one of the big things that has come up with the trainings that we had this year and such was really the responsibility for the APC to follow Open Meetings Act and the things that are relative to that. And as an elected official, we certainly are very familiar with that. The APC acts as a public entity. And I think taking that aspect really seriously, that being an elected member, you're really covered by that. Being an advisory member, I don't know that I'm correct on it, but I mean, ostensibly, we're all governed by it, but at the same time, they are not as responsible. And if there was a concern, it would be harder for someone to call them accountable under that act if they're just appointed by an entity. Whereas if they're an advisory, they are not as personally accountable as we would be as elected officials, if that makes sense. So I am concerned that it really doesn't meet what the trainings and the guidance we've been getting for. But I do, whatever advisory members you need, absolutely, that's in your bailiwick, not ours. If you had I guess if you designated a seat, and maybe there are other charter schools, and I don't know that, who have designated seats that are open for the general election, and says we want somebody, and I would say I would advise that we really know what that information is. And I know Mrs. Beam has been working closely in, the administration and working with AESB to make sure that that's appropriately there. So, thank you.
Ms. Moretti?
I want to thank the APC chair for providing an explanation about the new seats, and it makes a lot of sense, I think, in our current society. I think in order to provide an equitable opportunity for our BIPOC community to be represented in the voice of the APC, I agree that these positions could be appointed and allowed to vote. Did someone say that this was recommended by AASB?
No.
Or that you worked with AASB on this?
We, at our July training with them this summer, we talked about it there. It came up and it was pointed out that at this stage in our development, we should have moved into a general election as opposed to the APC voting in members.
I was talking about the tribal seats.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So sorry.
We have talked with the AASB about it, and I think they've been kind of non-committal.
Okay.
I think they said, try it, and see what happens, and so that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Can I speak to
Yeah,
this really
please
quick?
do.
So when we were before you last May and asked to take on these initiatives, we formed our advisory council, the DEIB Council, and it was on their advice that we made this to have them be appointed by the two separate parties that need guidance. Our school still desperately needs DEIB guidance. Our advisory council was the one who said, let us appoint it. And from the perspective of defining Waldorf, we're still figuring that out as a school. And so having a mentor coming from APC members, what do we need? What does the current APC that's seated need? That was it. Making them voting simply is giving them a true voice. I mean, we have not made a welcoming party at our school in general for a BIPOC community. Still, it's not there. Like earlier, Mr. Sampson said, nobody's leaving the school. I am, in fact, my family is leaving the school because we don't have a good system in place. Individually, I have no problems. It's all about systemic still. And that is why I think it's important to have these right now. I wouldn't say that it's important forever necessarily, but these voices aren't guaranteed unless we guarantee them. And so that's why we put them there, and to have them be appointed and then also have a vote so that we give them the step they need to be able to speak, to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Brunner. May I follow up?
Go ahead.
Okay. And this is for the chair. Is there a way that we can at least approve the part about the APC holding an election for at least the regular APC members? Because they can't hold APC elections until we do our part and approve that, at least that change. And until then, they're appointing the members. At their last meeting, they appointed a member because we haven't approved this bylaw change. So is there any way that we can just take this piece and approve it? Because we're holding them up, and we're asking them to do elections, but they can't do elections until we approve it.
I would say that we need to keep all the policies together so that it can move forward as a whole. I have Mrs. Smith, Mr. Sampson, and then Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I just have a few points that I want to bring up. I don't have any questions. The APC has to approve.
Could I interrupt just for a sec to extend to 10 o'clock?
Second.
Sorry.
Any objections? We're extended.
Well, the APC would have to approve whatever bylaws we would approve. So they cannot be modified in this room at this time. because their APC would not have approved that modification. So if we would remove pieces from the bylaws that were being asked by their APC, these ladies are not asking us to approve it. Their academic policy committee is asking us as a whole through a vote to approve it. They, in my opinion, they are not authorized to remove pieces without the APC as a whole voting to approve that. Then a previous member of the board said that they don't get to just make up who's on their board, but they do get to make up who's on their board. You do get to define who your seats are, okay? You can really define that, and other schools do define that, and you can say that a member of our DEIB board will hold one of those seats. And then names be put forward for the people to vote on which one of those people is going to be the voting member on your board. So you have a unique school, and your APC should make up your unique membership, and you should be able to choose what that membership is. What you should not be able to do is appoint people who vote without those people being approved by the membership, because it's not the APC school, it's the membership's school, actually. And so I just want to say, I think we're all on the same page here that this isn't ready to be approved. Well, I'm not going to vote to approve it. I hear other members speaking in that direction, but I just wanted to make these points because I want to empower you that you do have the right to have a unique makeup of your board, but I feel that my role is to help you have best practices to avoid future issues. And the best practice to avoid future issues is to have publicly elected people as your voting members. You can do other things. Whether we would approve you to do that because we want to stop revisiting this issue, we want you guys to have the best policy, the best practice, so that you're just free to operate and you have guidelines to keep them in. So the seat can be defined. It just still needs to be voted on. And that's what's going to help make your school what you want it to be, what your membership wants it to be, actually. So I just don't want to approve it because of the unelectedness of the people, not because of the uniqueness of the a person having Waldorf expertise being one of your voting seats. But that's what that's what your membership wants, then that's what your membership can have, but they need to be able to vote that person in if that person votes. So.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Second.
Ms. Tuttle?
President, for clarification, this is on the action item or for the call, the vote?
We have to vote on the call for the vote.
Does anyone object to going?
Are there anyone else in the queue?
Everyone else has spoken multiple times on this topic.
That wasn't my question.
Mr. Doran?
Point of order. I don't think there was any objection voiced.
Okay, so no objection? All right.
I object.
All right. A vote to uphold or not uphold?
Colonel Siri?
Am I voting?
Yes.
Can we clarify what this vote is? So this vote is if you will uphold the call to question to go straight into the vote. So if you're ready for the vote, it would be a yes. If you're not, then it will be a no.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Can we have the vote, please?
And this is the vote on the action item.
Correct.
Ms. Smith?
Yes. No. No.
Thank you. Colonel Williamson?
No.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
No.
Thank you. Motion failed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn?
I would just like to encourage that you come back to us after
will.
taking all the information in and to work closely with the administration as your APC goes ahead with this right direction.
You will see us again soon.
Thank you. All right, we are on information and reports, proposed curriculum revisions and materials report, grades 6 through 12 mathematics, draft 4, career technical education information technology for grades 6 through 12, draft 2, and mathematics material core value, center everything we do on student and student learning. The administration will provide a report on the proposed CTE information technology curriculum draft 2 for grades 6 through 12. The proposed grades 6 through 12 mathematics curriculum, draft 4, and the materials proposed for the mathematics curriculum. The proposed curricula and materials are scheduled to come before the board for adoption at the June 7, 2022 regular meeting. Mrs. Moline.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Beam and Ms. Simpson to walk us through the highlights of this curriculum update.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here and giving us this time. And while we wait for my little spinning wheel of death, we will get started on this. Tonight, we are looking at 3 items: the math curriculum, the IT curriculum, and a few math textbooks. We'll start with, oh, here we go. Sorry, let me deal with this.
We need some IT people.
Oh, there we go. It just popped on. Just when I plugged this in, it was difficult. All right, thank you for your patience on that. The work that we did this year was guided by board policy, as we see here, board policy 910, 236, and then our district strategic plan. We'll look at deeply school board policy 910. Talks about what this policy looks like, is that every content area goes through this 6-year cycle. And you all are involved mostly in the year 2 cycle. That's where we are now. You all will vote on this in 2 weeks, and then we will fully implement it. I think what's important to know here is that this is not a one-time thing, is that it is continually going around and around. So according to board policy, every 6 years, every content area comes around at least one time. So we have math now, and in 6 years, math will come back around again. What's important to know about that is that just because math is coming around now doesn't mean that we're not paying attention to the other content areas. Is that there's always a content area that is up for review. And we were talking about this with Dr. Ott last week, and he said, oh, I see, it's kind of like row, row, row your boat, where it's like a round. And that's exactly what it is that while this year you all will be looking at math, and our committee looked at math, we're also dealing with language arts, and we're also dealing with science. So it's this constant cycle, and it's always in a round like that. CTE has its own cycle, and that's why Joni Simpson is here with us, and she's going to be talking in just a second. And we can see here that next year, this is what CT will be looking at. They'll be looking at STEM, Arts AV, and you can see what's going to happen in 23-24 and what their cycle will look like in 24-25. So that's their curriculum cycle. I'm going to turn it over to Joni, and she can tell you a little bit about her content.
Thank you. All right, so we started this process very early on in 2019. We invited all of the CTE IT teachers to the table, and then we also, in CTE, we have a responsibility to business and industry to make sure that our curriculum is reflecting what business and industry needs, so our students are prepared when they complete the program to either move directly into a post-secondary program or into the industry. They'll be able to get a job in the industry. So along with bringing teachers to the table, we also brought industry to the table. And as you know, in 2020, we had COVID interrupted, some of our work, but, we continued through remotely. But we did work with Alaska Connect, which is a business in town. And it's interesting, there are a lot of the people that work for that went through the IT program at Hutch, and now have been very gainfully employed for a lot of years. So they were great partners at the table. We worked with our IT people in our district, several of them. We communicated with Google. We had a conversation with GCI. We talked with IBEW, the telecommunications portion of the apprenticeship. We've had conversations with the Air Force around what they would be looking for in people coming in IT into the Air Force, and some internship opportunities they have for our students. And we worked with UAF, the computer science program on the Hill, and also CTC. So we had a pretty wide variety of voices at our very long table that started out in person and then morphed to some virtual conversations during that time. So after we did that, we sat down at the table and said, all right, what are the common threads that we're seeing that the teachers were saying they needed, and what business and industry said that we needed to include in a curriculum. And we came up with this laundry list that, number one, middle school needed to be included, which was good because it's part of our federal grant now. And so they can get some basics as they move and then have that sequence move into high school. We needed to have a flexible curriculum because IT it's unique in that students come into it with a variety of skill sets. You might have an 8th grader that's been coding in their bedroom for 4 or 5 years, and they're ready to move on to more advanced work in the IT world. And and you might have a junior that comes in and that's never done any type of computer work. So we needed to have, they wanted a curriculum that we could move the sequence of courses around, but students could still be very successful. What we don't want to do is start a student over in something that they've been doing for 4 or 5 years and force them to take a course that, you know, they would be bored out of their mind. So that was one thing. In the former IT curriculum, there wasn't a lot of computer science written into it. It was a lot about hardware and a lot about networking. Oh, and by the way, that curriculum was written in 2013, 2014, and a few things have changed in the IT and computer world since then. So having some coding built into this curriculum was critical. Cybersecurity, having a course in cybersecurity came out loud and clear. We needed to have something that we could have updates, timely updates. So if we were on the curriculum cycle, the 4 to 6 year curriculum cycle, waiting for updates in the computer world, you might as well be waiting 10 or 20 years. You know, you're going to be that far behind. So something where we could get timely updates that wouldn't alter the curriculum, but it would update the skills the students were learning. Loud and clear, we wanted to keep networking and some of the hardware work into that curriculum. And applied learning needed to take place, so they weren't, there's a difference between our computer, or the maths computer programming class, and our principles of computer science, or the computer science A course, in that they're very project-based and real-world based. They're immediately taking what they learn and applying it to a project. So we spent time looking at programs out there that would fit all of those needs. And there's a lot of programs out there, but the one that we landed on was Project Lead the Way, and that is not a new program to our school district. We have Project Lead the Way Engineering at Lathrop. So, it was familiar to us, and it literally checked all of the boxes that we were looking for. They have a middle school component called Gateway, and I'm going to back up. Project Lead the Way focuses on 3 different areas: engineering, biomedicine, and computer science, or IT. So we have the engineering program at Lathrop, and so we're looking at adding the Project Lead the Way for our IT program. So they have a program called Gateway, and that's for middle school students, and it's for grades 6 through 8. That worked out really well this year. It was kind of prophetic. We will immediately have courses that our 6th graders can take part in. And there's 10 courses in the Gateway suite. And as we develop more curriculum, we can add more of those Gateway courses, like we're looking at STEM next year. So definitely those courses in Gateway will be very applicable to middle school students. And then they have 2 very intense of the courses not very intense, they're very fun courses for middle school students to take in the computer science area, and one that would work. Also, we'll talk about those in a minute. And then the high school, Project Lead the Way, has 4 courses. And I want to read a quote from a teacher in Anchorage that's been teaching in Project Lead the Way, this computer science IT program, because I think it speaks to the difference between what you're going to hear in math and what our program would look like. At a time when computer science affects how we work and live, Project Lead the Way Computer Science empowers students in grades 9 through 12 to become creators instead of merely consumers of technology all around them. The program's interdisciplinary courses engage students in compelling real-world challenges. That's a big piece. As students work together to design solutions, they learn computational thinking, not just how to code, and they become better thinkers and communicators. Students take from the courses in-demand knowledge and skills they'll use in high school and for the rest of their lives in any career path they take. So that, that project-based real-world application is what really makes it a CTE pathway. So what are we looking at? So for grades 6 through 8, we're recommending the app creators. So, and this is for grades 6 through 8. So sixth graders, can be working on creating an app, and they have guidelines what those apps should be for, how to benefit your community or your family, and then, some other ideas, and they learn how to do that. And then also computer science for innovators or makers, and that is they learn a skill and they're given a challenge and they have to critically think and figure out this challenge. It can be collaborative or they can work on them individually, either way. And then as you move, the courses in the high school courses, those top 4 are the Project Lead the Way courses. Computer Science Essentials is that course for somebody who's very limited experience working with computers. They get to take a computer apart, put it back together, figure out how it works, so when they start doing things, it makes sense to them. And then at the very end of that, they start doing a little bit of coding. The consumer science principles, they learn more about coding, and again, now they're really taking that to an applied level, given a challenge. And their challenges can be, we're going to do it in our classroom, we're going to do it in groups, or we're going to do a challenge, outside, with another district or another team. So it gives students a chance to, really branch out with their skills. The computer science A is, there is a lot more actual coding, a little bit of software development than, and again, it's all based in projects. And they're real world projects. And then the cybersecurity course is exactly that, teaching students about the community they live in, the state, the region, and globally, and working to create secure networks, and becoming defensive in what's going on in our digital world. Those 4 courses are the Project Lead the Way courses. And like I said, they don't have to be taught in any order, or they don't have to be taken in any order. And that is a really big win when you're working in computer science. They can be, but they don't have to be. And then we kept the networking courses, we updated it, and we kept the networking courses. That was a really important thing that came out, that we needed to do that. And then also, we have special projects classes and job shadow and internships added into this curriculum. Okay, next slide. So in the CTE world, as kind of part of our federal marching orders, all of our pathways have to have an industry recognized credential at the end of them that students can work toward. So CompTIA is the most common and the most respected and credential that you can have in the world of IT and computer science. They're kind of the gold standard. So our students would be working towards taking the CompTIA exam in Networking Plus and Security Plus. There is an A-plus credential that they can work for, but those are going to be those students that they're really into, that's a pretty high level credential to get. I have no doubt that we have students in our mix that, will be able to do it, but that wouldn't be one that, every student would have to aspire to. So what are we taking away? So the computer essential class and exploring computer essentials at the middle school, and the teachers literally begged me to get rid of these. They were old, they were clunky, they were confining. So that was an easy thing. So we'll take these away, we'll replace them with the app creators and computer science for innovators and makers. And in high school, we're taking away the introduction to IT and the IT essentials, and that's basically what's taught in the computer essentials class, really, modernized, and mobile apps, because middle school students will be doing that, and they'll get a little bit of that in computer essentials if they haven't had that, and web design, that's just moved to our Arts AV program, so it's still there. Just in a different place. So, when you look at what we lost, we just almost just upgraded everything that we had. And is there anything else? Oh, just a expression of gratitude to thank you to everybody from the teachers and industry and post-secondary for all their work on this project during this very unique time. Writing curriculum during COVID was pretty interesting. Any questions?
Ms. Marati?
Thank you for that presentation. You mentioned that you invited all CTE IT teachers to the table. I'm just wondering how many, how often, and that was back in 2019, so have they been brought back since then?
So we had, when you say we invited all the teachers, most of, we had, in CTE there weren't that many. So I think there were 6 total, and 3 came continuously and participated continuously. So we met several times during that, pre-COVID, and then afterward, it was, we obviously didn't meet very often. When we got back to full time, we had some of the members that couldn't attend because of some health reasons because of COVID. So we were communicating back and forth.
Can I follow up?
Go ahead.
So that I'm following. So there's 6 in the district, and 3 came. But then when COVID happened, you guys stopped meeting, and then when you were able to meet again, they couldn't meet because of health reasons?
We couldn't come back to face-to-face. So we communicated virtually and via email.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will move on to math. I do want to say that Rachel Riley, our secondary coordinator, was scheduled to sit next to me tonight, but she is not feeling well. She is listening in on Zoom, so she might be able to help with some details if we need her to. The math revision process started way back in 2019 and 2020, as we see here. That included 34 teachers in 3 different meetings. And then it continued in 2020, 2021, with 8 teachers and 6 different meetings, and then continued this year. So when it says 8 teachers and 6 meetings, really what we're talking about is that there were 8 writers more teachers than that were involved in the process and had the chance to give input on it, but there were 8 specific writers of the curriculum. It was developed with the community. We met with several different groups, as you can see here. We got input from surveys and face-to-face meetings. We notified several groups of these meetings and of these surveys, and you can see that we did that through Facebook or the website or emails, and then different newsletters. So we got a lot of input from a lot of different groups, including teachers. We met with teachers many, many times, and you can see here, this is a timeline that started back in October 1st at our PD. And there were, I'm going to guess, about 35 teachers in the room, and they gave all of their input on that day. And on this timeline, you can see that any time that there is a black box, that's when we met with teachers. That's when teachers had input on there. And you can see that there were other groups that had input on here also. So you can see when the writers were doing their writing, and you can see when math teachers had the option to meet with us several times throughout the year. October 1st, November 22nd, January 10th, and then again February 28th. So there were several opportunities for teachers to give input, either face-to-face or through the surveys. There are 4 drafts of this curriculum. You will be voting on draft number 4. After every draft, the survey went out to the public, and we got input back from the public each time. Then the writers took that input and did their revisions, put out the next draft, and we went through that 4 separate times. So a big thanks to the 8 writers who did that. That is a tremendous amount of work for, honestly, not a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time. As was said earlier, there are some hard conversations sometimes in that writing, and so we really appreciate the work that they did. Some of the big ideas that came out this year, we want to streamline the middle school courses, and that's due to the fact that the math standards that come from the state really overlap quite a bit. You can see from this visual that especially once they get out of 6th grade, is that the 7th grade overlaps some with 6th grade and a lot with 8th grade, and 8th grade really is very close to what Algebra 1. So the standards are really interesting, so we kind of streamlined that process. Something else that we heard from math teachers quite a bit is that we need to have the prereqs in the high school classes match up what they should be. So for example, previously there was an Algebra 2 Semester 1 requirement for essentially all other math classes. And that really didn't make a lot of sense to us. So we took that out and we reviewed the prereqs for all other courses to make sure that they made sense for the class that the kids were going to move into. Another big focus was to make sure that we had kids would be passing Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is a class that is required by the state for a student to pass, to graduate. So we want to start early on that. And we have a middle school math lab class. We want to give focused support, whether it's in a 2-year algebra or a 1-year algebra, but we want to give them focused support so kids can definitely pass that class. And then also, we want to give some other math classes that if students aren't quite ready for the Algebra 1, then they can take some other math classes and get that practice and then come back to it if they needed to. Something else we heard from the community was basically, what about the real life math? And this is what we've been hearing, I've heard it for years, real life math, how can my kids use it? My kids should be able to do taxes, and they want to make financial decisions. They want their kids to be able to use math. That led the writers to come up with the idea of statistics. And when I first heard about this class, I was a little worried because I thought, well, that sounds very highfalutin, like that sounds like a really high level math. But the reality is, statistics is what we look at for data. And our students and us as citizens need to be able to look at data, read data, and understand data. And that's what this class is about. So we want to have this push for this to make it a real-world math class.
Extend to 10:30.
Second.
Any opposed? We're extended till 10:30.
Thank you. If we look at the graduation requirements on the left, on the white side, is what it is currently. So we ask our high school students to pass 3 credits of math. One of them must be Algebra 1, and then 2 other math credits. And that could be, there's a wide range of what kids could pass to make those other 2. The change here is that we're looking for students to have 3 math credits still. It's still 3, but we need for them to pass 3 in high school. So what that means is we have some students who pass Algebra 1 in 8th grade, which is great. But what has happened to to some of our students is that they pass it in 8th grade. They pass Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Then they take they take a math as a freshman and a math as a sophomore, and then they say, oh, I'm done with math. I've met my graduation requirement, so I'm not going to take any more. And then when they apply for college, what they find is that there are many colleges that require more math in high school. So we're aligning this with what the colleges are expecting for our students to pass. Now, does that mean that they can take more math? Absolutely, they can. And if they're not going to go to college, they still need this math, because what we also heard is that when kids go into the workforce, they still need that math. And if you have a student who hasn't taken math for 2 years, they're really going to struggle if they have to do some math in their work. So we want to have it where kids will earn 3 credits in high school, not just 3 credits overall. That could be the 1 credit in Algebra 1, or if they take Algebra 1 in middle school, they still have 3 other classes that they can choose from. The board curriculum committee met, I think, 7 times this year, and this was a topic of conversation, I believe, every single time. And they recommend that the board passes this. They voted on April 21st for that. Recommended textbooks. There are only 2 textbooks, and both of these come from the world of CTE. And it's because we used to have a pathway where these 2 books and these 2 classes fit in, but that pathway was removed. But it was felt that these are still really valuable classes. So what has happened is these textbooks have moved from CT textbooks to math textbooks. So we are also recommending those 2 books. Those were also put out for public review also. And the board curriculum committee looked through those books, and they also recommend that we adopt those materials. In your packets, you have seen the board reports. You've seen letters of recommendations from the board curriculum committee and from myself. You've seen a summary of the changes, and you've seen the actual curriculum documents themselves. What we're looking for on June 7th is that while this has been one whole presentation, you'll actually have 3 different votes. You'll have one on the math curriculum, which I just talked about. You'll have one on the IT curriculum that Joni talked about, and then you'll have one on those 2 textbooks. So you have 3 separate votes, because those have to be separated like that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We'll start with Mr. Doran, then Mr. Sampson, and then Ms. Moretti.
Thank you. So I'll go with 2 of my questions. One, in terms of the textbooks, those are the only new ones, is that correct? And the other
That is
textbooks that are used, we're continuing with those textbooks?
That is correct. And those are the only 2 new ones.
And they're current enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my other question is, could you, at this time, could you talk a little bit about the situation for credit earning for students who do algebra in 2 years in order to meet the algebra requirement, but they would actually get 2 math credits. Is that correct? So one of which would be considered as an elective.
they would still get, so if you're taking algebra in 2 years, that actually ends up being 2 credits. And then they can take that third class, wherever it is. Well, it would be some form of statistics for that requirement, or at least like 1 semester of that.
Okay, but they'd get 2 credits.
They would get 2 credits for
two
the algebra
credits
if they take a 2-year, correct?
Right, great, thank you. And if you could put me back in the queue.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Beam, thanks for coming out today. The Algebra 1, from a junior high student's perspective, when they take Algebra 1 in junior high, when they get into high school, you're still requiring 3 credits worth of math. You're not proposing that they have to retake Algebra 1. You're just saying that the students have to take 3 years, and the state still recognizes the Algebra 1 class that they met in 8th grade.
Yes, sir. Everything that you just said is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati?
So you removed the credit for algebra in middle school. So they took it in middle school and they passed it. They no longer get that opportunity in high school.
Well, because they've already passed that credit, so they don't need to anymore. It still counts as passing Algebra 1.
But it doesn't count as credit.
It doesn't count, well, it will, no, you're right, because they still have to get 3 credits in high school. You are correct.
Okay. So if we approve this, then will the students that did take it in 8th grade already and are now in high school thinking that they have the credit and now don't, will they be grandfathered in, or will they be required to take another math class?
Generally, those things go in cohorts. So, and I'm saying in generalized, so I might need some help from Mr. Minard on this, but essentially this would start, and then this would be true for the freshman class and then the sophomore class. So it would be, so yes, it is kind of a grandfathering kind of thing.
And then how will this, I'm sorry, can I follow up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How will this affect the 4-year requirement for the Alaska Performance Scholarship?
It would, if APS requires 4 years, it would still require 4 years. This doesn't impact that at all.
But students that, but now they can't start that in middle school with the credits.
They can still take 4 years of math, or rather, not 4 years, but 4 credits, because there are numerous classes other than Algebra 1 that will count towards it. And actually, Algebra 1, if it's middle school, since AP, I'm just kind of thinking this through as you said it. Since APS counts things differently than we do, my guess is that Algebra 1, no matter where you take it, would count.
So
I'll need to double check on that, but I think that's true.
Could you check on that and let me know?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. Looking at the timeline, the ones that meeting like with assistant superintendent or SPED or some of those principals, who's meeting with them and what are they reviewing during those times?
Yeah, Rachel, are you here listening?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you help with that specific question, please?
Sure. Mr. Doran, can you repeat your question?
Sure. I was just looking at the timeline that indicates there were other groups like Student Information Services, principals, assistant superintendent, SPED, that were met with, but I was sure who met with them or who they met with and what the task was.
So I met with them along with our math coach, Tara Devon, who is also one of our writers, and our material specialist, Jen Morgan. And so those meetings were to give an overview of the vision of the math curriculum, and then to ask for input from those different stakeholders' perspectives. So from Student Information Services, we would ask questions about how would this look in PowerSchool? From counselors, we would ask about scheduling and that kind of thing, depending on what the need or the proposed change was.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that, all that input that you're working with. And then my one other question was regarding the prerequisite. I'm glad to see the requirement, prereq requirement removed. I was one of those students who struggled with algebra, went on with geometry, and then trig and algebra 2, and it was much improved. With the algebra 1, is that a prereq? I mean, I know it's a graduation requirement, you want to get it out of the way as soon as possible, but is that a prereq for other courses? Or, like,
I would think that that's a prereq for Algebra 2 at least, correct, Rachel?
Yes, that's correct. But we did intentionally include some of those courses and Shane shared which ones they were that do not have the Algebra 1 prereq, with the intention that if a student attempts Algebra 1 and struggles, taking a different math class might inspire their math thinking a little bit. It might help them to see how this information that they'll use in Algebra 1 applies in a different context. But otherwise, many of the classes do require Algebra 1 because you need to have those skills in order to do what's in the class.
okay, great. Thank you for explaining that. I do highly support that idea that for some people, it's getting a change opens doors for understanding. Thank you.
Ms. Marati?
I noticed in the on one of your slides it said that you gathered input from Monroe. I'm wondering if you could explain that.
Rachel, can you help with that, please?
I will need to look into that a little more. We didn't meet with Monroe, but I do believe that we send our drafts out for comment, just because it's important to know what other school systems are doing and how it might impact them, as many of our neighboring schools and school districts look to us as a leader in our state.
The slide actually says that they were notified, not that we met with them.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I had the pleasure of serving as the board chair for the curriculum committee through a lot of this process, and I fully support the recommendation of the committee, and I would like to say that I was very impressed by the process and the reaction to the feedback. The changes that were proposed, surveyed, understood, and resulted in direct modification of the curriculum. They were really impactful, and I think that it was just a really impressive process. I think it really speaks to Ms. Riley's professionalism, that the process was very smooth, but had a lot of bumps where, you know, when things were first put forward, this is a great idea, this is going to work. And after a lot of community input, discussion, you know, the team was able to see this isn't what we thought it was going to be, this was, and they really reacted well and made well-advised changes along the way. And I think that what came out here just has an exceptional amount of community input and reaction from the staff to that community input. So it was a very impressive process to be a part of. It was very professional, and I fully support the curriculum as it is now.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Beam.
Thank you.
That concludes our meeting. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, we're adjourned.